Hello, everybody. I hope you were all skanking to that song. And if you don't know what skanking is, you're too old to skank. You'll probably break a hip. Anyway, tonight, oh my goodness. So on Sunday night, WitSpit had a derp session on the Earth Awakenings Discord server. Some people told me about it. Thank you very much. You know who you are. And I recorded some of it. It was a lot of it about TFE, a lot of wrong things about TFE, of course. Lies about TFE and, whatever. Nobody challenges him because nobody was there that's in the room to say, wait a second, that wasn't right. Anyway, so a bunch of things about that. He did get to see one of the, I think there's 4, and I don't know how many are done. I think you got to see one or more maybe, but one of the episodes of the TFE docu-series. He talks about that a little bit. And then last night he was on for weeks. I can't believe how long he was on. I noticed he was on, and some people were messaging me like, what in the world? So I went and I just recorded a clip, just let it go. I had to go back in time on the Earth Awakenings Discord live stream on YouTube. The problem is YouTube only keeps the last 12 hours of a stream. So if you stream for 13 hours, you only get 12 of it. And I think they only rotate the streams once a day on the EA YouTube channel. And I think they delete them. They keep them on Rumble. It's harder to get them on Amity. Anyway, what I did is I just recorded it. So that's what we're seeing is the recording of it. Now, the title of this is very particularly chosen. Austin, back in 2024, before we were going on the trip to Antarctica, had been talking about geocentrism. All of the stuff that he was talking about was about geocentrism. And I was saying, Austin is going to make the switch to just be a geocentrist. Because all the things that he was talking about were geocentrist things. For example, this isn't even geocentrism. So let's back up a little bit. They like to not understand relativity. That's one of their favorite things. But if you look at the Michelson-Morley experiment, they measured within the margin of error no ether movement. So the ether was a hypothesized thing. They had identified that the Earth was moving around the sun through multiple means, not just one, multiple different means. And so they weren't testing to see if Earth was moving around the sun. That was known. That was an input into it as a known factor previously established empirically. But flat earthers like to restate that and try to state that their goal was to see if the Earth was even moving. It wasn't. The hypothesis specifically was they hypothesized the ether was the medium through which light traveled. They thought light was just a wave. It wasn't a particle. This is prior to the particle wave duality. And that the Earth moving around the sun would move through that ether and cause the light that was moving sideways to it to be shifted, and moving one direction to be slowed down, moving another direction to be sped up. That kind of stuff is what they were hypothesizing. In the end, they found out, well, this looks like none of that is happening. And their conclusion was, well, they didn't have a strong conclusion because the people that were hypothesizing it were very committed to the ether. And Michelson in particular never did accept that he had been instrumental in falsifying the ether. And he probably went to his deathbed thinking that the ether existed. Well, if you read about Thomas Kuhn's the paradigms and the revolutions in science, the old guard tend to be resistant, and many of them never accept the new thing. So in the 1800s, this ether idea, or they also called it the undulating theory of light. A better description for it, ether is just kind of a catch-all. So if you say the undulating theory of light, that's very specifically talking about light being a wave traveling through a medium, undulating through a medium. And ether is just kind of a catch-all. It's too broad. It's overloaded. Different people have different definitions for ether. So let's be specific when I'm talking about it. Undulating theory of light, that's the phrase used in Airy's paper from the late 1800s as well. George Biddle Airy, who was the astronomer royal in England. Okay. They did not measure what they hypothesized would be what they needed to measure. And then later, Dayton Miller came along, used the same apparatus, initially in the same location in Ohio, and then moved it later to Mount Wilson in California, higher up on a hill, hypothesizing himself that the ether was affected by the ground around it, and that you could like block the ether by having a lot of material around it. So you put it up on top of Mount Wilson, up above the ground, so that any as the Earth moved through the solar system, that the ether could slide by it. He did it in a structure that wasn't solid walls. So that was what he did. And what Dayton Miller concluded, one guy, never confirmed with other experiments, he confirmed initially that the Earth, that he had measured the ether moving in relation to the Earth, right? Earth moving in relation to the stationary ether. This is before there's an, they had the idea that there was a concept of stationariness, of absolute zero movement in the universe. This has been done away with since. But toward a point in the north celestial sphere, that the entire solar system was moving toward that point. That was his early conclusion from the measurements he made. Meanwhile, other people had done other experiments and tests and research to identify that the solar system was in fact moving toward a point in the southern celestial hemisphere. So near Hercules, the constellation Hercules, if I remember correctly. So, wait, somebody hears something. You hear, oh yeah, the air conditioner's on. Maybe I can do something. Maybe I can block it a little bit. That might help. We'll see. I just put a roll of paper towels behind the microphone. I should isolate that a little better. I've done nothing much to isolate sound in this room. Anyway, so Dayton Miller changed his conclusion when somebody else had said, no, the solar system is moving toward a point in the southern celestial hemisphere. How did that happen, Dayton Miller? Were you following the science, following the evidence, or were you following the thing that needed to be followed in order to be taken seriously? Other people have analyzed it since then, more than once, twice at least, and said these minor differences is just noise, basically. Noise in the measurement apparatus and methodology. Very, very slight. It's not been repeated. That's an important thing. Further tests of Michelson-Morley type apparatuses or apparati have found with more and more precision still a null result. And some of the derplings are like, oh well, that's because it's shielded. It's down. They go underground, or they put big Faraday cages around it, or they build it in concrete and stuff like that, because they think the ether is moving somehow. But they neglect to identify that when you do something else, when you do a rotational interferometer, where you rather that, so if the Michelson-Morley is an L shape. So the light comes in, it's split. One goes this direction, one goes this direction. Imagine my thumb's the same length, and then they're joined together. The same light beam is joined back together here, right, and shine up on a wall initially, and then when it interacts, if they're out of phase with each other, it makes like a bullseye pattern, or if you drop a rock on a smooth pond, that kind of rippling looks like waves. And that's what happens when you bring them together, and they would do things to count the number of waves in a certain space to see how much shift happened in one versus the other. But when you, instead of going one direction and going back, instead you split, right, and then you go around in a loop of some sort, a square, rectangle, triangle, circle, one direction and the other direction, and then join them back together. That's what a rotational interferometer is. We call it a ring laser gyroscope or an optical gyroscope. It measures rotation. They're very, very precise. And people have built those, right? And if it's the luminiferous ether, the undulating theory of light, that is causing it to do that, like Dayton Miller thought, at the top of a mountain, but you don't sense it when you're inside brick, well, then the rotating portion of it, you also would not measure when you are deep underground. Well, turns out Gingerino, which is in Italy, I believe, is underground. It's shielded in a Faraday cage. It's surrounded by concrete, and it measures the rotation of the Earth, or some sort of rotation. So it certainly can't be that in one instance it's blocked. The ether, the luminiferous ether, is blocked by the bricks and Faraday cages, and on the other instance it's not. It can't be both. Gotta pick. So there's a mismatch with the flatties. But none of this has anything to do with flatties, actually. This is all about, so far, just people that believe in the luminiferous ether, which is a small number of people. For the most part, the people that believe in the luminiferous ether don't believe in it because they were swayed by the evidence for the luminiferous ether. They got to it by first making a conclusion about something else. So geocentrists, anti-relativists, and flat earthers all have drawn a conclusion. They've said whatever they've said about things. Electric universe people too, right? They say, well, this is our conclusion. Now we need to find something that matches it, right? And certainly relativity doesn't match it, so we're going to have to, right? So then they have to go and refute relativity. So they come around it from the backside, not from looking at the evidence. They come around from the other side and say, this has to be true for them. It has to for them, because they need it to band-aid over their worldview that won't work otherwise. So that's how they get there. Now, so you take Dayton Miller, who agreed that the Earth was a globe, and agreed that the universe was large, and agreed that the solar system moves through the universe, and that the sun orbits, or the Earth orbits the sun, all of this. And they're like, oh, never mind his conclusion that the entire solar system was moving toward a point in the southern celestial hemisphere. Throw that out. Oh, nay, nay. Instead, they say the geocentrists, the globe geocentrists, and there's a few of them. There's a few, not many, but there's a few globe geocentrists kicking around. They think that, and the reason why is because you've got to have a conspiracy to believe all this crap about, some other worldview. You have to believe it because of a conspiracy. What's the conspiracy for globe geocentrism? Nothing. Space still exists. NASA still explores space. Just the math is different. The implementation of it is different. You can think of the only thing that the globe geocentrists have is by having a very specially tuned reading of the Bible to pre-conclude, based on the narrow interpretation of the Bible, that the earth is not moving. That's their conclusion. Then they have to go fit stuff. Anyway, that's why it's kind of a fringe group. There's not much conspiracy there. Oh, the global elites are trying to, refute this one really weird part of some goofball's interpretation of the Bible. Turns out nobody cares. And so people don't buy into that. Okay, so now you take this position. Yes, I know that WitSpit and Alan are doing a live prezi on WitSpit's channel. This is specifically about this topic. They are making the case right now on WitSpit's channel, making the case for globe geocentrism. They are. They're too Dunning-Kruger to know it, but they're making the case for globe geocentrism. Anyway, I'm just giving you the background for this. I'm nearly there. So Dayton Miller concluded that the ether was the measurements that he made incorrectly, but grant for a second that the measurements he made suggested that the earth was moving toward a position in the southern hemisphere. So what does that mean for a globe geocentrist? Hold on. Had to get the globe. So Dayton Miller was not a globe geocentrist. He was a globe heliocentrist. So, but we're gonna go to globe geocentrist because that's the next point. Well, I'll first go to globe heliocentrist. Here's the Earth moving within the solar system, going like that, right? Stationary ether, luminiferous ether, globe going like that. That's what they say, right? It's tip. This is the southern hemisphere. I don't know exactly where, but at what declination? Pretty far south, I believe. Anyway, what does it mean for a globe geocentrist where the Earth is not moving? Well, here's the Earth not moving, and around it is the ether, the luminiferous ether. And the luminiferous ether has to be coming from this position and blowing toward the Earth. Why? No reason given. It has to. It just has to. It's an assumption they must make in order to support the pre-selected conclusion. It fails Occam's razor. We'll play some Occam's razor from Austin later. Anyway, so that's what it means for a globe geocentrist. Globe not moving, ether wind going this way. From here. Why from here? No idea. No, why there? It just doesn't matter. All right, now what about a flat Earth? Stationary Earthist. What does that mean? What's even worse? Because Dayton Miller, now he measured multiple days, like for years. And so Earth is rotating, according to him, right? So you've got the rotating Earth, right? And here he is in California over here, right? And so sometime as the Earth is moving through the ether, here's California, right? Sometimes you get motion that way, but when it's going this way now, right? 6 months later, right? And California is still over here. The direction is switched. Okay, that's what Dayton Miller measured. But now, geocentrist globe, part of the day it's blowing here. not moving, not rotating. Part of the day moving from here, right? The location that the wind comes from has to vary throughout the day, right? And it varies throughout the year to be going one way part of the year, another way another part of the year. That's a double stretch. Okay, so now those are two problems for geocentric globe. But now you get to this. And it's worse. Because now you've got this source of ether wind blowing, moving around the flat Earth, and then not just go, but it's got to like curve up and then blow out a different spot, and that different spot moves, rotates around all day long, that different spot. Now, where does it come from? Where does it go to? Don't know. How does this match with the dome? Don't know. Is there a fan on the other side of the dome blowing ether and another vacuum on the other side sucking ether going in circles? Don't know. Why does it move in those directions? Because if you plot them out, the directions that the ether has to move, it doesn't match this. There's no plausible mechanism. There's no cause. There's no reason. It's all just nonsense. Really, really bad. Okay. It's so bad. Is there going to be a test on this? No. There's no test. Sorry. You're just going to have to listen. Anyway, so there is the short version of the necessity that they have created for themselves by saying what they've said just about Dayton Miller. Now, they also don't understand Airy's failure, the experiment of Airy's failure. Now, this was understood and written about by Einstein in 1905, 121 years ago. Okay? The thing about Airy's failure, so Airy's failure, similar thing they were testing for, the luminiferous ether, the undulating theory of light. They said, here's the hypothesis for the undulating theory of light when we do this, and let's go test it. And so the test was, they took a big telescope and they looked at a star through the telescope. Now the Earth is moving in relation to the star, and so the position of that star shifts. It's called aberration, and it's because of the intersection of the speed of light and the speed of the Earth moving through space. That is aberration, and it varies throughout the year for stars that are at the north celestial north ecliptic pole difference. Got to use the correct word. The north ecliptic pole, those stars trace a circle, and stars that are on the north ecliptic equator trace lines back and forth, and everywhere in between they do an ellipse of varying size. And so you can look at a star that's to the north, and you can see it's got a shift. And so then they said, well, light slows down when it goes through water, and it does from outside the reference frame. To us, outside the water, it moves slower. Inside the water, it moves the same speed. It moves the speed of light. But outside the water, in our reference frame, it moves slower. That's totally fine with relativity. But they didn't know that yet. They didn't get that yet. And so they said, well, if we have that water in there and it slows down, then it should shift the aberration. It should change the amount of aberration. And it didn't. And so the undulating theory of light people are like, what in the world's going on? Earth is moving, it didn't cause a shift. And here we've got the globe geocentrists, Austin and Allen, globe geocentrists, looking at that saying, ooh, just the same as all the other globe geocentrists, claiming ether exist and Earth not move. The reason why it requires Earth geocentrist is because of the position, because of the three-dimensional viewing of stuff, right? They're just Airy just looked at one star or a relatively small area of the sky, right? But we look in all directions. We don't just look east-west, we look north-south. And they don't see each other. This is all three-dimensional spherical geometry, where the stars are. Now, for there's a trouble for the globe geocentrists. Why, when we look to the north ecliptic pole, why do they trace a circle and on the equator a line back and forth? And why in the southern hemisphere also a circle? Why? No idea. They don't know. There's no explanation other than to invent stuff. Well, the ether does this movement, but you've also got to include the movement of the luminiferous ether that Dayton Miller identified. So now you've got to merge together two different movements of that, and they're not going to match. They can't match because they don't match the location. This is what's crazy. They don't get it. It doesn't match the location. If the luminiferous ether is wind blowing this way, right? Oh, but it's not rotating, right? This way, right? It's blowing this way and sucking this way, right? But then why is it that when we look to the ecliptic pole, it gets that shift? It doesn't match the wind that they're talking about. So now you've got to have a different luminiferous ether for aberration than from Michelson-Morley type experiments. Whoa, wow, that's a stretch. More cope. Okay. So anyway, Airy's failure. Like I said, inside the water, light moves at the speed of light. So, and Austin likes to say they couldn't explain it. Admittedly, they can't explain it for 100 years, for a century. Admittedly, they can explain it. Admittedly, it was explained in 1905. And if you want to think of it in a way, light interacts with material. And that's what slows it down. When there's more material, it interacts more. So as light travels, right, and you're going here and there's nothing, right, it just goes, right? But now let's put it in material, right? So you've got this material going with it, right? And it interacts with that material. And so for a time, the light moves with the material and then it emits it. You can think of it that way. That's a fair way to consider it. So hits the material shifts for a finite amount of time, and then it releases it. So that's how the light moves with the material. That's how Airy's failure works. Not a problem, completely fine. All right, admittedly, bro. He does like to say admittedly. So yes, WitSpit did come out of hiding. He is live right now at Artemis, Arnamax. So he was going to be live last night, according to what he was saying on Sunday. So all that is that's all background. What was that? 30 minutes of background. You call that a lecture? It was cost you. It was FE, free education. Cost you nothing. All right, let's. Oh, here. Oops. I had some images stuck up here already. Got some Hubris Valley Ranch there with there you go. Picture of him. That cowboy hat's not a good look. Let's see here. Hold on. I didn't have the volume up. There we go.
Why is there this hunger for the flat Earth debate, but for you in particular, do you think?
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly.
Oh, so humble.
Just not typically as informed, so.
He's so humble. Look how humble he is. The fallacy man is his superpower is being wrong. Let's see, lost child, no reward. Now, all of these things that I covered. What is it? There's this. It fits this perfectly. It fits this, and it's called a religion because it's a belief system void of any evidence, and it has the doctrine of the man as the foundation. Doctrine of the men. So, as you listen to WitSpit and you hear him talk about geocentrism and the reasons why he thinks that geocentrism is valid, just remember it's based on not evidence, just what some guy said. All right, let's see. We got to get through this. We got the just the action figures includes the Wi-Fi password.
There's like mountains
and valleys and change in elevation, yeah.
And so that just stops at one point. Can you take me to that end point?
It's illegal, my man.
It's illegal?
Yeah, the government.
Who cares about the law?
Well, every major military in the world has agreed that you're not allowed to go there. So they don't agree on anything else.
I don't care what they say, bro. I have a technology that can take me there.
You have the technology that can get past the world superpower governments?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I need your number, dude.
Yeah,
how are you gonna cloak yourself past the radar technology?
Yeah, you're interested?
Yeah, we're interested. Yeah, I want to hear your answer. How are you gonna get past them?
I'm in with.
I know millionaires that tried already, so I want to know what you're.
Millionaires
that spit hundreds of thousands trying.
Bro, I'm with the Rockefellers. So.
The Rockefellers? What is that?
You don't know who the Rockefellers?
He knows a millionaire that spent hundreds of thousands trying to go to Antarctica. No, he doesn't.
Oh, the Rockefellers. I thought he said Rocket Fellers.
Get this shit down, bro.
You're with the Rockefellers?
You got your notepad on you?
Oh, so you are the source of the pseudoscience.
I don't know if your phone. Your phone.
Fair enough.
Shit out because.
Yeah, you can't go there according to Austin. Of course, he's been there himself, so obviously he proved that he was a liar. All right, somebody sent me some things. Now, he's been out of work, or maybe he's not working well, and he talked about how he lost he turned down a six-figure income. But anyway, so somebody had some ideas for him for how to earn a little extra cash here and there. So, you know, he could be a, oh, hold on a second. I have a couple versions of these. Let me get the correct version. So hold on a second. I gotta, let's see. There's this topics. There you go. We got to go to Flurfs. I'm going through my file system here. So give me just a second. Flurfs. Austin WitSpit's. See, you're glad it's in the A's, not in the W's. I did use his first name. God, there's a bunch of them. There we go. Let's see. What's it called? Job opportunities, I think. Yeah, there it is. Job opportunities. Aha. All right. You know, a guy's got to work. You know, he's got bills to pay. So, you know, have some, you know, give him a chance, people. Give him a chance. He's got some skills. He could be a truth teller. All right. A missing tooth. It's so good. The treasure hunter, as we already saw. There's no glove. Gross. And Brenda says, I grew up on a farm that pick is accurate. Logic and reasoning says, we all know his hand will go up the wrong hole. Whatever hole is where the treasure is the correct hole. He could be a taste tester. You know, you never know. The slip and slide lubrication. Oh my gosh. Is it true? This can't be true. At the redo of Woodstock that they did, I don't know, a while ago, like they didn't have enough facilities. They didn't have enough portos and stuff. And the rumor is that the sewage from the portos was used as a slip and slide on the hill. I don't know if that's true or not. Do cows have horns? Cows do have horns. Female cattle have horns as well as bulls. And they are often just removed. They're not as large. So there is the 6-figure salesman job that he turned down. If you include, pennies, making $9,000 a year is 6 figures. He could be a milkmaid. Now that's not a cow. That is a not cow. There's just the one. It's just the one. There you go. He can find food. So he's got some skills and he's got some things that he could do. So have some pity on the guy. Somebody let him know that, you're pulling for him and you hope he can get himself a job, doing something. Okay. Now, this was something he was sharing the other day. Thank you to Icy Spin for this. Oh yeah. The word for, we use the word cow for cattle, but cow is specifically female. Cattle is all. And so you have cattle is all, and then you've got cows and bulls. So when I was saying cow, I was saying meaning in my head, and you didn't hear it because it wasn't out loud. Cow being the female, cattle. Anyway, this is from his screen, a screen that he shared the other day. But if you look over on the to-do list on the left side there, he's got, I think it's a to-do list. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's hard to read. Let's zoom in. Oh yeah, setupgeocentrist.com. Yes, setupgeocentrist.com. Setupgeocentrist.com. So yes, Austin is fully committing to the geocentrist thing. Now, flat earthers are like, oh, well, flat earth is geocentric. Yeah, but you guys came along later. Right? The term geocentrist before flat earth came about on YouTube, and flat earthers are like, it's flat and stationary. The term geocentrist did mean geocentric globe. Now, to be fair, the term truly doesn't just mean geocentric globe. You could have a geocentric concave Earth or dodecahedron Earth or flat Earth, right? And there are flat earthers that are not geocentrists. There are flat earthers that think that the Earth is accelerating upward. And that is not a geocentrist. There are flat earthers that think it rotates. There's a guy on YouTube that thinks it actually rotates. Why? No idea. He's dumb. So anyway, but Austin's position, all of the things that he argues for are not flat Earth geocentrist. It's globe geocentrist. All of the things that he talks about. And then, of course, this was one of the screenshots. Now, do you think that Austin knows what that math is? Of course not. Now, do I know what that math is? I don't know. I don't know the context. It says the sum of all forces acting on any body is always zero in all frames of reference. This is potentially from a clipped from a book or something. He says, you see down there below Weber 1804 and 1891. Something, right? Weber is another one of the fringe scientists that they like to reference. But this is the important thing. It's critical for flat Earth to not acknowledge the existence of gravity. They must reject gravity. They have to. Because a large mass will collapse into a sphere. Because mass attracts mass, it will attract itself, it'll collapse into a sphere. This is well understood. And it's why they reject gravity. But look right there. There's a negative h. What's h? Don't know. What's the g? Don't know. What's the m1? Oh, well that I know. That's mass. What's the m2? That I know. That's also mass. That's a different mass. This is talking about the movement of bodies in three-dimensional space in the solar system, is if I understand the context. I didn't see this particular part of his presentation. And then you have on the top there r hat over r squared. This is an application of the universal law of gravitational attraction in an equation with other things going on in it. So, and I'm going to guess that inside the parentheses there, you got 1 minus 3 r squared over c squared. Is the c Coulomb's charge? Don't know. I don't know the context. Plus 6, and then that's not r squared, but it's r and r with 2 dots. I don't know what that is. Again, over c squared. What is c? Don't know again. Or it could be the speed of light, right? Maybe that's what it is. I don't know in this context. That's the problem with single variables. When I write code, I use verbose variable names, by the way, people. Anyway, this is part of your presentation. This is you acknowledging gravity. You're acknowledging mass attracting mass. This necessitates then that the Earth is a globe. So if you go through all of these things as your proof for flat Earth, no, you actually just contradicted flat Earth. You didn't prove flat Earth. Yeah, where's Clive when we need him? Shedsy, yes, camel case. Hungarian notation and camel case. There's a little fly buzzing, or not a fly. I don't know what that is. A little too small for a fly. This I noticed the other day. This was yesterday. You see, this is his screen that he was sharing. Right, and on the left side, that's his browser window. So you've got Discord in the foreground and his browser in the background. That's Arc. What do you see there on the left side? Do you see what I see? Aw, he's got a tab just for me. So touching. All right. Now, on Discord on the other day, we've got a couple things that happened. One is somehow the telemetry data is what they call it from his GoPro has resurfaced. I don't know where it went. I don't know how he found it. He said that he found the file somewhere and that he uploaded it, or he analyzed it with this telemetry application that he had. It's not actually telemetry, as in the tilt, the rotation. It's just the GPS of the camera. And it's just, and what do you give to, this is what's great. You take the video files that you recorded on the camera and you give it to this application. It's like, oh, there's a $300 application that I bought, blah, blah, blah. $300, yeah, to extract telemetry data from a GoPro video stream. Anyway, I'd just write it myself. I'd just write it in probably in Python. It might already be built into some stuff like FFmpeg. Oh yeah, what am I drinking here? Just so you know. This is, of course, maple syrup. Well, what else would I be drinking maple syrup here? It's actually coffee. So, you know, you like, make more coffee, not make more coffee. It's 11 o'clock. I kind of want some more coffee. 11 a.m. Kind of want more coffee. How much should I make? 4 cups, 6 cups? I'll just make a whole pot. And then you're like, You're like, I had enough coffee. What do you do with it? Well, you put it into the maple syrup container in the fridge. Of course, duh. And then you have it the next day for the live stream. So you know what that means? We can go all night. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. So, anyway, the camera is only recording the position that you're in when it's recording a video, and you know that because you take the video file, Austin. They're so dumb. The flatties are so dumb. You take the video file and you put the video file into the telemetry extraction application, and it extracts the location, the latitude, longitude from the video file. So it can only be getting the data from when you were recording. That's the only way it can be getting data. And they're so confused. The flighties are so confused because I'll show you. We'll play it. It when you put it on the map in the app that he uses, of course it's a globe. And and it shows his old home. He's showing his old where he used to live in Florida. He's now in Tennessee with his mommy and daddy. And then it shows in Antarctica, like on the trip to Antarctica in the airplane. Now in the airplane, it was a 757. We did not have good GPS signal in the airplane. It shields it pretty well. So you don't get, it's a hit or miss on an airplane whether or not going to get a strong GPS signal. And he didn't have a good GPS signal on the plane. It doesn't look like he did any recording input to Uranus with his GoPro. He only did stuff when he was in the plane to Antarctica and on the ground in Antarctica. And the flighters like, how is it getting all this data? How is it showing this? Why is it showing that? They think that the GoPro camera is just constantly recording the location. They're so dumb. So here is Synact, who is he thinks that the trip was fake, but he's not a flat earther. So here we go. That's enough lead up.
Like, we had just had a mom come in and say how she doesn't normally let her.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I want this one here.
Curious, would you be willing to ship your GoPro to another person, let's say Pinky or some glow proponent, and then have them take the camera or the GoPro to forensic experts to retrieve the data of, let's say, the GPS tracking or whatever it is?
Yeah, so the way that
Save you uploading 500 gigabytes on the internet.
So, all right, he wants the camera examined. The data's on the memory card, but he wants the camera examined. He doesn't understand how this works. That was Synact. If you've ever experienced Synact on Discord, run away. The guy can't stop talking.
So somebody purchased the newest GoPro and then shipped it to me. I think they shipped it or they had me pick it up from Best Buy and for me to use during the trip and then send to them. But the actual data, it comes from the raw video files from the GoPro anyway. Like, you pull your SD card out, that SD card is what actually has the raw data, which, I mean, I have that somewhere.
All right. Somebody said you wish I had read out super chats. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had some. I was into it. Okay. So anyway, the point is, Synact doesn't understand how this works. Austin actually does, right? He still gets confused, but he understands that it's just getting, because he's the one that did it. He just dropped the video file on the extractor and then got the location and outputted as a different KML file and Geo JSON files and stuff like that. Nana for Banana says 6 is my favorite number. Six was in the thumbnail. Thank you, NANA. Doubtful Form is a new member at Newton. Thank you so much for that. JSS Tiger says, I just read how the phases of Venus debunk the Ptolemaic system because sometimes it's more than half lit and therefore behind the sun. Yes. So there's a Tychonic system that's the cope for the Ptolemaic system. So yes, and so I'll explain that. The Ptolemaic system is the old geocentric idea that the Earth was in the middle and then all of the planets go around the Earth in concentric rings. Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, right? They didn't see Uranus or Neptune or Pluto necessarily. But that didn't work even slightly because Venus goes behind the sun and the angular size of Venus changes. So they modify. So somebody else came back with the Ptolemaic system. What did I say? Tychonian system, where the Earth is stationary, the sun orbits the Earth, and Mercury, Venus orbits the sun. Problem solved. Yes? No. Not really. But it sort of solves a few problems, but similar to the problems with flat Earth, when you solve one thing, it introduces other contradictory things. But yes, you're correct, JSS Tiger. Venus does debunk the Ptolemaic system, and we could tell because when Venus is near, it's larger, and we only see a sliver. When it's farther away, we see it's almost the whole face of it, but it's small, and then it goes behind the sun. Can't go behind the sun in the Ptolemaic system. Jack Fetter says, is there going to be a test on this? Yes, Jack Fetter. I'll send one to you. Brenda says, I grew up on a farm. That picture is accurate. Logic and Reasoning says, as we all know, his hand will go up the wrong hole. Brenda says, send that pic to Oakley. It looks like a job for his talents. The cow one, or the one going up the rear end of the bovine, that is where he gets his talking points. 3Ron says flat Earth can't be geocentric. It's the bottom and everything is above it. Well, and that's true. The term geocentric doesn't quite match flat Earth because it means Earth in the center. I suppose you could say that whatever is up here, the dome part of it, you could say that the bottom of it would be shaped the same amount so that the Earth was in the center. Specifically, North Pole would have to be in the center. I don't know. It's a little nitpicky. But if you're like, water's above, well, hold on a second. That shifts the center. But then they go, well, we don't know what's below. So then they'll just make up whatever they need to make up in order to make it work. And that's where we get to this from Austin.
Do you know what Occam's razor is? Well, it's that which requires the least amount of assumptions is more likely to be true.
If we use like Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true.
Let's use Occam's razor. Remember, that which requires the least amount of assumptions. So we're just going to go with the actual evidence. Using Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumptions, actual logic and evidence. Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumptions and is the simplest is most likely to be true if there's equally valid explanations from both sides of it.
Equally valid. So he finally got it in that final clip, right? For the most part, he leaves off the most important part. If you have two hypotheses that both make the same prediction, they have to be equally valid. He said valid. They're not, valid isn't really the right word, but equal in predictive ability. So flat Earth never gets there because flat Earth doesn't make predictions about things, right? What time will the sun set? Flat Earth doesn't make that prediction. it doesn't even get up to being something that you can use for Occam's razor, right? What about they love to talk about dark matter, right? Dark matter. So dark matter is a hypothesis. It's not a concluded, empirically confirmed position. It's a hypothesis with some supporting evidence kind of coming around for what's causing the apparent difference in the rotational velocity of galaxies, right? Dark matter makes predictions about that. Okay. And they're like, oh, they don't like dark matter because it is a hypothesis that makes assumptions. That's called science. Okay, fine. Let's use Occam's razor. What is your explanation for the galactic rotation speed using flat Earth? Nothing. They don't have anything. The only thing they'll ever say is it's just lights in the sky. Okay, well, that's a massive assumption. Just lights in the sky. Okay, so we've got no prediction, just lights in the sky versus centuries of empirically confirmed science about how planets move, how gravity works, Kepler's laws of planetary motion, understanding of how light works, all of these things, and the assumption being there is matter that does not emit light, that has mass. That's the assumption. And yours is, don't know. Well, you know what wins? The one that's equally predictive. There's only one that's equally predictive. There's only one that gets input into the Occam's razor consideration. Now, the one that wins Occam's razor isn't necessarily correct either. It's the razor is that it's the one that's likely. So if you're gonna wonder, well, which of the two should I put my effort into examining? Then you could use Occam's razor to decide which one you want to check out first. So, PhD Tony says dark matter also explains a variety of gravitational lensing observations. There you go. And this is a great example. Now, with flat Earth it's just lights in the sky. Okay, now you need to explain the gravitational lensing using your hypothesis. Just lights in the sky? That's not a hypothesis. That's just magical wish. Unicorns and fairy tales. All right. Where was I? It was about Synact and the GPS. So, Did I finish that? Yes, I did. Okay. I have two things. Both are decent size. One is about TFE, and one is about it's kind of a potpourri, but a lot of it is about geocentrism. So, WitSpit first topic. Okay, so there's the poll options for you. While I go back to this here for 3Ron, thank you very much to 3Ron. Shedsy says, is WitSpit's that I am WitSpit's white whale? Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Shedsy, thank you for being here. 1 week from Thursday. Today's Tuesday, so 9 days from now is going to be the meetup that I had said was going to be in June. At the beginning of June, just got too busy. It's going to be August 20th. August 20th is a meetup in the Twin Cities. By request, it will be at an Indian restaurant in Woodbury, which is on the east side of the Twin Cities. It's a Shedsy, I'm sorry. I know where you live. It's a bit distant. And Ralph also, sorry, it's a bit distant. But somebody else had requested it to be on the east side there, and because I had St. Louis Park and Bloomington, right off the border of Bloomington. Where else have we done? We did a set 2 meetups in Bloomington. One was on 35W and 494. The other was Highway 100 and 494. And then St. Louis Park, that was a hike, was what, that's Highway 7 and 169, I think, is the vicinity. So this is about the same distance. I think it's actually a little closer for me, in Woodbury there. So it's just from Woodbury, like just almost straight north from Invergrove Heights, a little bit west. So anyway, I'll do an announcement on that. So anybody that's interested, it'll probably be 6:30 or so. And if you don't like Indian, you're all good. Oh yeah, Brenda too. There's a handful of other restaurants right next to it. I've gone there. Good Indian food. Really enjoyed it. There's other restaurants there, so you can get some food there. So anyway, there you go. Thank you, Shedsy. Pat in the chat says family soup. I don't know what family soup is. Is that from the video? I don't know. Shedsy says no big. I have a car. Awesome. I'm not gonna visit Mikey again. That's a hike. That is a hike to get up to where, to Saskatoon. Gravity Pen says, tell WitSpit's that Robert McNamara said to get back to the barracks. He said it's macaroni and cheese night. WitSpit's is, oh my gosh, he's so full of himself. The TFE one, he's so full of himself. So crazy. I don't know what family soup is. Jim Daniels says hashtag family soup is trending on the YouTube. What I don't know. What is, anyway. All right. And the $20 super chat to say family soup is trending on the YouTube. Pat in the chat said YouTube chat translated my greeting to soup family, so it became family soup. I see. Okay, well, family soup. Try typing sup fam. There you go. Oh! What the? Why is it doing that? That's crazy. It's thinking that it's a different language. All right. Anyway, that is nuts. That is nuts. I love it. All right. Nana, N-A-N-A, we know N-A-N-A. For Bacon says, did you say banana? Oh no, it's bacon. Come on now. I did say, I totally, thank you, Harnold. I'm going to blame Harnold for this. Nano banana is an image generation, AI from Google. It's one of the better ones. And, Arnold has been doing stuff with that particular one and some others. In fact, the thumbnail for this was partially generated by some stuff that Arnold helped me with, and I did a little editing myself. So if you look at WitSpit's, the glow around him, that was me, and some of the other stuff. It's a Rubik says, can't believe it's been 41 months. Yeah, I've been a member for 41 months. Amazing. Pat the chat said, I thought I was stoking out. Does that say stoking? Yep, he was stoking out, he thought. Well, please don't stoke out. And then We Don't Need No Batches is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much. And so we got a couple Yeah, we got Nana for Bacon sent 20 memberships. Thank you so much. And then again, sent 10 more Nano for Banana memberships. And Unfornicated and his viewers just joined. Hello, everybody coming over from Unfornicated. Glad to have you here. Okay, let's see where this. This is close. All right, I'm going to end the poll. It is 41%. Not 41. I'm sorry, 57% TFE. So there we go. Unfornicated, what did you miss? A lecture on relativity, specifically luminiferous ether. You're good. You probably don't need to brush up on it. Okay. There we go. All right. Ready. So TFE wins. We're going to go with the TFE first. If y'all, right, as if I'm a Southerner, I'm not. If you all, or you plural, want to stick around for all of it, we'll just keep going. I got more maple syrup coffee right here. Maple syrup coffee with a paper towel so it doesn't sweat all over. I love that. We don't need no batches. Great name. All right. There it is. WitSpit, talking about TFE. I will speed it up a little bit, so it's not quite so long.
Kids listen to stuff on Discord, but because we actually talk about science and stuff, and she was allowing it, and then Ace comes in and starts talking like a fucking creepy pedo, and I started yelling at him. I got immediately booted. I got all these flat earthers started going against me. I said, hey, I went into chat a couple times and said, hold on to your wallets, don't donate to these people, they're scam artists, and got doxxed on what's his name, IPS's website. He called my dad, recorded it, called my mom, left voicemail.
This is Rusted Sol, a flat earther. IPS is Infinite Plane Society, a old school flat earther, also aggressive conspiracy theorist. Apparently, is running the Art Bell, George Norrie, Coast to Coast AM program now. I don't know. I don't know how to believe him or not. Anyway, and Rusted Sol is who's talking, a flat earther.
Like called my work. All of this was flat earthers that did this to me. No, never did a globe earther attack me like that. And I was in Gems chat. I was actually a mod in Gems. I was talking to globe earthers all the time, and I never once had any of them attack me the way that flat earthers attacked me.
Now, we're about to hear the first that I could hear in the back of WitSpit talking, right? Notice how the narcissist in him takes over the topic.
Both sides do crazy stuff. I've had both sides do crazy stuff. Like the Globers, what they do is they just try to make sure I can't make any money and find out anywhere I work privately and blow them up and hit them with Google reviews and harass them and DDoS attack every website I have, etc. But after Antarctica, I assume it was some flat earthers that were doing it. I don't really know. I think it's like exclusive to a side. By the way, I'm sharing my screen real fast. I found the telemetry data from the GoPro.
Never mind, Rusted Sol, the topic gone.
I dropped it in my Telegram and all that, but some people have hit me up and said that they can't open it up. Like the program that extracted it was like $350 or something. And I know it opens up in there. I don't know if anyone's found out a way to open it in another program or whatever. I downloaded like every form. So I'm just sharing my screen. I'll show you what it looks like if anyone's curious. Because obviously I didn't want to share this whenever I was still living at this address because there was no way to remove my personal address. But I'm about to import it right now. So you see it's going to show our trip, and it's super weird. I never even paid attention. So look, if you zoom in, obviously you're going to see where I used to live, which is why I got a picture of my kids, which I don't know how they got it. I got a picture of my house after the trip, all kinds of crazy stuff. So I was not about to show my address, but if you zoom all the way in, you're going to literally be able to see where I live.
So what he did is he used the GoPro at his home, recorded video at his home. The camera captured and embedded in the video the GPS location. And then he dropped that on the telemetry extractor, the file that was recorded at his home on the telemetry extractor. That's how it got on there, Austin. He doesn't quite get it.
Lived, right? So anyway, but what's so weird about this is it shows our trip or whatever. It shows us going into the middle of the ocean. So like what we actually did, right, was we flew from here.
The reason why is because there's no data. There's no data there. And so it has to do some sort of interpolation. He has data at his home in Florida, and then the next data is on the flight to Antarctica. We're starting to get some sporadic GPS data while location while in flight.
Here we went down to like Santiago, and then we went to Punta Arenas, and then we went.
He did not. I never saw him use his GoPro in Punta Arenas.
To here, right? And what it shows is us going out into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and then.
So if you look at that, that is 0 longitude. That's 0 longitude. That's the international, not the internet. That's not the international dateline. 0, right? The prime meridian. So that's where that does that hook. That's not data that's actually in the extracted from the files. That's just what the application did for some reason when it had no data in between.
Veering. I have no idea what's going on here. And then it shows us take some random, like, what is this? Like when we start to get over Antarctica, it just has us shoot over.
That's inside the airplane where it can't get a good GPS signal. He has no clue how radio works.
There's this ice shelf. There's no ice shelves except there's something named the ice shelf or whatever. And then it goes back and it shoots us back into here where we supposedly were. And then it has us, obviously. Okay,
so there, now when he was outside and the plane wasn't a problem, it captures it. So you see that hook on the bottom left, that 90 degree, that's when he walked out of the airplane and it was able to get a strong signal. And then we got a ride to camp, which is to the east of where we landed, and then did a bunch of stuff around camp. So you see a little hook, that hook that's on there, that's the that's the halfway point. And remember, he wasn't recording the entire time. So when he's recording, it gets the location, and when he stops recording, it jumps. So he recorded getting off the plane and then turned it off when we were inside the vehicle, turned it back on when we were at camp. And you see that loop around, that figure 8? That was the airplane ride, the sightseeing airplane ride that we took. None of this is it. He's like, oh, what is this? I don't know. He's confused and baffled by this.
Driving around, walking around, all that.
And this
so
is
anyway,
the GoPro? This is the GoPro?
Yeah, this is the GoPro. Okay. And I don't know if it died. I'm pretty sure I kept it charged the entire time, right? I was putting batteries in it constantly. So I don't know at all how this even happened. If you come up.
Because he's dumb. He's just so dumb. Like, oh, it only records your location when you're recording video.
Over to extract, it's got these different formats, right? So what I did was just I went to every format it would let me, and then I extract it, and then it pops up in my Finder. And I dropped every one of these. I don't know if you guys can see the files, but I dropped every one of them, right? So I dropped GPX, CSV, KML, whatever these are, right? And the one that has the most data points, I guess, is this one. MG, JSON, I don't know. Supposed to have the bearing, the slope, altitude, longitude, all this stuff. I dropped every one of these in my Telegram. So yeah. And I can drop them all. I'll drop them all in this Discord right now, but I don't know if you guys are able to even open it.
Can you also drop, I heard you talking the other day about solar pictures you were taking of the sunspots. Can you drop those too? Because I heard you say that you put them in your Telegram, but I don't remember seeing any. And yeah.
I heard you guys.
So I didn't take the, I took, as soon as I got there, I immediately demanded or asked for someone else's camera, whoever had it. I think it was.
WitSpit's didn't do anything there. And so here Rusted Saul's asking him to send the pictures that he took. He didn't take pictures. He didn't do anything. and we're going to hear his justification for being a slug. That's what he's about to give.
McKeegan's camera that I looked at it right when we got there was like the first thing I want to look at. So like I didn't personally take solar spots, right? Because like what happened was when I got there, I had my P900 with the solar filter. I set it on it, and then I put it on the what's it called, the tripod or whatever. And then I started looking at the sun. Like Jaron like freaked out. He said it was going to ruin the camera. He just grabbed the camera and like bent it down, and it snapped and broke off the thing. You know, so it was like all rigged up the whole time. Whatever. Long story short, the solar spot like I have a few, and I'll go find them. I did drop them.
No, it's cool. If it was McKeegan's, and I already saw those. I heard you saying the other day that you were busy taking solar, sunspot pictures, and I was like, oh, I don't remember. And he said, you said you posted it in your Telegram, and like I'm not on your Telegram, and stuff gets lost after like a day in those types of rooms. So
yeah, I mean, I have a few, right? Like I had a few, but they were free-handed. You know what I mean?
Got it.
And I did drop those, but
Probably
it's like,
blurry.
I mean, it's pretty incredible that I even got a couple that are pretty clear. But again, like, so I know people aren't. This isn't what people want to hear, or whatever. But like when I went, like the trip for me was just like I was just going to see it, and I was like taking it all in, and I'm like, am I at like the end of Earth? Like, is there a dome here? Like, I was just looking at everything. I wasn't. There were like 57 cameras around me, So I don't know. I didn't really care. I wanted to look through the camera and see it myself, and I did. And then I started having to try. The whole time I was there, I was just trying to understand like how am I seeing the sun with the sunspots like inverted? You know what I mean? So yeah, whatever. But just while I have this here, right? Because I lost this for a while after I moved, and I found it a couple days ago. I'm going to drop them in the live stream text, but I don't know if anybody's going to be able to open these. I'm not sure, but I'm going to drop every one of the formats. Hopefully you guys cannot see my files. Actually, let me just stop sharing screen. So yeah.
Well, Nana for bacon says don't Google Family Soup on Pornhub. All right, I won't. Tim Davidson says any man that thinks his peen could make an L straight must think he's a peen that would make him G. I don't know why. What is this? What is this? Read it yourself. Astrocate says JSON. JSON. Yeah, I say Jason. I've heard people say Jason. Why Jason? I don't know. I don't say the letters. I just say Jason. What is that? That's a data format that was kind of made for JavaScript. That's the JS as a data interchange format. It's human friendly to read it, and then you kind of put data into structures in it. And if it's well structured, of course, then other computers can read it and exchange the data. People went nuts with it. They started storing data structures as JSON objects and things like that. But it's a great way to send data between computers if you just need a little bit, because it's readable, it's text, humans can look at it, stuff like that. It's good to debug. If you ever write code and you need to look at a JSON, look at the data that's being sent. It's better than a binary format where it's just like highly packed binary data was, hex values and stuff like that. Back in the day, when bandwidth was super expensive and slow, you needed to pack all the information tightly together if you need it. Now bandwidth is super high speed and cheap, and so you don't need to pack the data together, so it's fine to send it in ASCII and in a non-compressed form, and who cares? Hey, most, or not most, but a lot of JSON data will fit in a single packet. So who cares? Anyway, Larry Scott says, give a flurf technology and it's a monkey with a football. A straight data record of 0.00, 0.00 only baffles idiot flurfs. 100%. He had no clue when the data was lat long of 0, 0. It baffled him. Zoomicide says, hey, now don't insult slugs like that. I'll have you know there are plenty self-capable slugs living their best slug life. You know, I just I want right now to do a public service announcement apologizing to the good, strong, just hearty slug community. Comparing you to WitSpit was just a heartless comparison. I hope you can accept my sincerest apology, and I will endeavor never to make such an error again. There you go. Jack Batter says calling WitSpit human luggage is a bit unfair, as luggage usually serves a purpose, more like used piece of gum, perhaps. Well, you know, it did serve a purpose. He did. Jaron said he did not want to go without somebody that he knew and trusted. And so WitSpit was the one he knew and trusted, and so WitSpit served a purpose. It was to get Jaron to go. And look at the fantastic results. Worth it. Worth it. Expensive luggage, but worth it. It basically doubled the cost of Jaron's ticket. So, hey, awesome, I guess. Tim Davis says, okay, RAM goes for over $800 for 64 gig. FYI, flat cameras contain 64 gig of RAM. Data centers have tons of RAM and very few employees, like security. No, Tim Davidson, don't tell people to do that. But yeah, RAM cost went stupid. So stupid. My goodness. My desktop computer from 2010 that we got new in 2010 had 32 when we got it, and then shortly after I upgraded to 64 at work. I'm like, hey boss, can I get 64? He's like, sure thing. So I had 64 gig of RAM in like 2012. And two of the best GPUs you could get. That's how I mined Bitcoin in 2012. And a terabyte SSD, which in 2010 was serious stuff. It was a beast of a computer. But now that same stuff is more expensive than it was in 2010. It's crazy. Max says, WitSpit is so dumb. Yesterday he said he had the nerve to tell me he speaks Spanish. He realized as soon as I said, oh, speak Spanish, it didn't go well for him. Of course not. Oh, you know, he can BS people if he has a willing audience, but you were not willing. You need to be more willing. Okay, I'm trying to put for all of you, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the CSV JSON. I'm going to put Dropbox links to the files that WitSpit posted. I'm going to put it on the Flurf wiki. I'm going to not format. I'll let other people format it. GPX. Okay. So there are two GPX files. I don't know why he did that. He probably exported twice. I don't know. So, all right. I'll put, almost done. Show preview. There it is. Okay. So, unformatted. Feel free, make sure you don't somebody turn off the light in here. Hello? You turned off the light in here. Oh, it's okay. When you go out, you can turn it back on. I'll take the kitty first. All right, we got visitors. Okay, we got the cat. This is Gazelle. Gazelle's naughty. She pees in the dog water dish every day. You get up in the morning, the dog water dish has yellow liquid in it. It's hers. Why are you so dumb? Why are you so... Okay. And, oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, Penguin. There you go. How you doing, Penguin?
That's friends.
They are good friends. The cat thinks she's a dog. All right, how you doing, Penguin? Good girl. She's like, why are you holding me like this? I don't like it. She does not like to be upside down. There you go.
Her.
There you go. Oh, there it is. She'll grab and hold with her paws, but her arms aren't made like that. Okay, good girl. All right, thank you. All right, you can turn the light back on. All right, it's not much. I have right up here a light that shines back on the back wall here, and a light on the other side of the room there that probably gives us a nominal illumination. Hi, Donkey. What, you're jealous that you weren't on screen? Okay. Well, oh my goodness. Oh, he's so big. There you go. All right. You were not jealous? You're like, why are you holding me? Yeah. Not a good color for being on screen. Okay. Chris Croft says, I think she knows exactly what she's doing, peeing in the dog bowl. She likes the dogs. She hangs out with the dogs. Okay, where was I? The telemetry data, you can all download it. You can all analyze it yourself. Do whatever you want. It's on the Flurf Wiki. People can format it if you want. You could link it from WitSpit's page or the TFE page so that people can analyze it. But I'll just give that to you for now to look at. And as he's talking, you can have access to it. I've put the link in there. So
there's also on the server, if it's a place that I'm trying to think, there's all the rooms below, but I'm just tagging to here that room, Antarctica. There is an Antarctica channel down there. That might be a place to put it. Or like, well, there's astrophotography, but maybe just the Antarctica channel if you want. Just that way, like it's sort of, if you want to get later, it's a little bit easier to reference than only in the live stream text chat.
Go on to do both. So
I think when you were there, when you were streaming on here live, I think you showed, maybe it was McKeegan's then, the sunspots. I think you put your camera while you were live on here up to the screen, maybe, if I remember, and showed the sunspots.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't really remember. I just remember after Jaren broke it, like he let me use something, but it was like rigged up. Yeah, but I do remember when I got back, right? Like I looked through my SD card and I had some pictures of it. I mean, I could try to find them. They're actually not even in my main. They're in my Miswits, and then they're in the Antarctica section. So, but then of course people blew that section up with a bunch of Vera Mason bullshit. Oh, I have to go all the way up, but if you go.
That's right. Other Flurfs were attacking him because he did something that contradicted their pre-selected conclusion, and that's not allowed.
If you go to the Misfits and then go to the media, right? Like it's gonna go straight to it, and they should be in there.
What do you all skewed? I mean, it is like
a super weird.
It's like GoPro, so it could be kind of iffy on. It's not like a high precision, you know. I mean, it is sort of, but I'm just saying it's maybe not the most like accurate or something. But I mean, do you think that actually means you flew somewhere else, or do you think it's just like an error in the way the?
Oh, I don't know, because I mean, I know I was.
Do you think it means you flew somewhere else? Seriously, he actually has that. Of course not. It's 0-0. It's interpolated the data. Oh,
Santiago, you know, while I was out in the airport, there was a Santiago airport, and then I was in Punta Arenas, and I went around.
And why is Austin so confused? He has already stated that the camera only embeds the data in the video file, and he didn't record video on his GoPro in Santiago. That's why it's not there. It's just simple things are baffling to him.
to Arenas the city, you know, and went into stores and everything.
And it
So I
doesn't
don't-
show any of that.
It doesn't show any of it. Nope.
Because you didn't record then.
That is weird. It just
Weird.
veers off to
It's
the ocean.
not weird at all.
Yeah, without showing the stops in Santiago and Punta Arenas.
Gosh,
And everyone there had a GoPro, so technically all of them should be able to do this. And I mean, I can try to reach out to them. I don't like these people though, but especially with the whole saga going on right now about the documentary. But like, I can try to reach out to people and say I have the extractor. It's like $300. I mean, you would think if you spend $200-300 grand, you should be able to spend $300. But
oh, okay, Austin. It's all available for free download on my website, mctoon.net. Just search for TFE, or you can go to any of the videos that I posted last year on of the daily videos that I did. You can go to those, and they have links to the original source files on my web server, linking to the Dropbox files. They're stored on Dropbox. It's difficult to find something to store multiple terabytes of data. Who would have thought? Me. I thought it would not be that difficult. I paid for services that said you can store unlimited data on us, and they said, not that data. Like, oh, okay, give me a refund. Anyway, Dropbox. I pay well for Dropbox every month, and it's on there. Austin, feel free to go there, download it, and extract all the telemetry data you want from them. He won't though, because that would be work.
if they'll send me their raw files, then I could pull it.
He wants to be the one curating the data. Oh, that's precious, Austin.
Was this the same device that they gave all of you guys that was through that that company? I forget the name of the company.
No. That was like this little, it was just a little separate device that thing was.
So they all
I
had
didn't even keep that on me the whole time.
So they all had GoPros along with that little thing, because none of them have posted anything other than just that, whatever that little device was from that NASA company.
Yeah,
or
I know.
That NASA company. It was a company that tracks things. They've done stuff with NASA in the past. Therefore, they're a NASA company. That's how dumb they are.
Which is so weird. That's so weird.
So what's the saga with the show? You said I thought it was a movie. Is it
they
now
made me
going to be a
sign
show?
They made me sign in.
Oh, you can't talk about
They
it.
made me sign an NDA just to see it.
Oh, but you did get it. Well, I guess if you can't talk about it, then I don't want to.
I mean, I don't care to kind of talk about it. They're not. I mean, but I can't say specifics about it. I guess I'm not supposed to, at least.
I guess tell us what you can. I guess.
Yeah. So like Mark, who's the director of Candace Owens, used to be, doesn't work for her anymore. Drove to me, and they gave me like a private viewing of it, and so like the way this all started, right, was we had the whole back and forth of the contract, and I ended up writing the whole thing myself, where I said we have final edit rights, and I didn't really, I guess, expect Jaren to flip 180 like that. So I was kind of expecting us to like stand together where they really don't have anything without us. And of course that didn't really go as I was playing, right? So now we're in the situation where their documentary will have a flat earther that flipped. If I'm not in it, we have no real like flat earth representation at all in the film, you know? So I don't know. But anyway, then McToon sneaks in last minute thinking that we're retarded and we don't realize that he didn't sign that. And then we confront them right before.
Austin, you are. I do think that. Yes, all day long.
We take off and say he has to sign something that says final edit rights, whatever. Fast forward to after the trip, Jonathan sends me the trailer, and then like I'm all in the trailer on the final scene of the trailer where I say like one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, or for flat Earth. And I said this is being presented as though everyone agrees it's like a final test that disproves, like that, you know, proves the globe or whatever. I'm not going to be in a documentary that does that. I don't agree with that. That's not what happened. So, and then Duffy got real pissed and said, whatever, just screw him, take him out of it. So they took me out of the trailer and then posted whatever.
And how does Austin know this? He doesn't. This is all just conjecture, of course. For reference, let's get the contract, right? The contract, he's so proud of the contract that he wrote. It's so good. I also linked it on that same page on the Flurf Wiki. If you want to have a look, I will pull it up right now. Right. Coming up right here. Let's go. Let's go. There it is. Okay. This is what he wrote. This is the one he's super excited about because he's so smart. Now remember, I wasn't part officially of TFE. Will did not pay for me to go. You all paid for me to go. And so I'm not listed here. The agreement dated 9/12/2024 is entered into by and between Will Duffy and Dave McKeegan, Jaron Campanella, and Austin Whitsitt, collectively the participants. Whereas sponsor intends to sponsor a trip, whereas participants have agreed to join the trip, sponsorship, cover all reasonable expenses, included but not limited to travel, accommodation, meals, and any other costs associated with participation in the trip. The sponsor is solely responsible for all such expenses. Let's see. Will Duffy shall disclose to the participants all individuals he knows will be attending the trip. Furthermore, he must promptly notify the participants of any additional individuals who may be added to the trip as he becomes aware of such additions. The enforceability of this contract is contingent upon the disclosure agreement. Now, I had already told Jaron, who told Austin before this contract existed, that I was going. So when Austin will say things like this particular portion here, he's like, this is why Duffy had to tell us that Toon was going. Like, nope, I told you before this contract existed. The reason why I even said I was going to go, remember, Duffy had given a deadline. And I told Will the day before, I said, hey, if they don't make it, if they don't sign by the deadline, your contract, then I will, I'll go, because I don't want to be the one that causes them not to go. But if they're past the contract, then I'll go because they're not going according to the contract. Because they missed the deadline. In the end, they decided to still go. Anyway, media rights. This is the one he's super excited about. Participants and Will Duffy. See, I'm not a participant. I wasn't in that. I was just a guy going on the trip. Will didn't pay for me. Agree that participants shall maintain final editing and approval rights for any media that contains their audio or video captured during the trip, except in cases where the presence is incidental, such as in background shots or 360-degree footage where the participants are not the focal point. Now, Austin has said that he thinks he can sue because the Insta360 footage was published with the audio. But his own contract that he's so legally adept that he wrote specifically says that that video totally allowed. Anyway, all media from the trip containing identifiable audio video of the participants, except for inadvertent appearances, requires explicit written approval before it's released or distributed on any platform. Now, that doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to me. Anyway, that's about it. There you go. Jaron, Austin. There it is. Okay. So you're welcome. Are there any M dashes in the contract? This was in 2024. This was before, to my knowledge, before the M dash thing was a thing. But let me look quick. Everybody, you can download it yourself. It's on the web page that I'll drop the web page again. Right there. This is the worst time for tech ever. Each year worse, says IC Spin. Yeah, it's the price has gone up. Like I don't wish for the AI bubble to pop. Right. I don't want companies to have a bloodbath or have a free fall in price or any of that kind of nonsense. That's not good for anybody. But certainly there is a ridiculous amount of money being spent on AI by companies that don't know how they can turn that into a real business. You know, a real business where you make more money than you spend. That's a real business. Nobody knows how to do that of the big boys, right? There's really just two, Anthropic and OpenAI. Neither of them know how to make money at it. So they just keep spending money, getting venture capital, spending money, getting venture capital. At some point, the venture capital stops. They can't spend more money. What happens then? Well, hopefully it's a taper instead of a cliff. Anyway, any M dashes? I don't see any dashes at all. 24-hour sun, 360-degree footage, media dash rights. But that's an N dash. Non-compliance, that's an N dash. Non-disclosure. So I would say that's probably not the result of an AI that is M dash. It's happy to do M dashes, but I don't know for sure. It could be.
The trailer without me in it. And so last I heard, I wasn't going to be in it. And then Jonathan was talking about like, dude, I really wish I could put you in it. We really need you in it. And realistically, they need me in it because it's going to be really boring if I'm not in it, And so anyway, Duffy's like, whatever, screw it. I'm like, okay, because you can tell Duffy was super triggered that I had like all the power over his documentary.
No, he wasn't.
You know what I mean? Like I'm like effectively the director in a way. Like I get to call the shots if they want me in it. And he was getting pissed. So then it was like a year and a half later, I guess Duffy goes live a couple days before they come out and show me, talking about they're going to put me in it anyway. And then when they
Will Duffy went live?
Show me the edit, I'm all in it. I mean, like, I won't say much more than that, but like the whole first part of it, it's like centered on me and then like the history of me and MCToon and all this stuff. And it's like, if they take me out of it, they have nothing. They have a bunch of like weirdos, like older men that are obsessed with.
Just for reference, the last time Will Duffy went live was 11 months ago. All right, now listen, this is important. Listen to Austin's head puff up in how important he thinks he is.
Weirdos, like older men that are obsessed with flat earth while claiming it's stupid. You know what I mean? Like who wants to watch that? So like,
wait,
you don't have the
you did end up signing it though, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't. Because otherwise you could sue them for having you in there.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I can still sue. Like that's what's so weird about it. Duffy, I don't know if he feels confident that either I won't sue him or that he can fight me and make it cost so much that I can't afford it, or his attorneys, he thinks there's some loophole, which I have a really good attorney and he assures me there is not. It's black and white. That's what I don't get. I think that what happened, right? He spent so much money on it. He's wanting to be able to sell it and make money. He wants to sell it to somebody. And like, if I'm not in it, they don't really have any. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to watch it if you don't have me in it.
So much ego. Nobody's going to watch it if I'm not in it. Nobody knows who you are. Austin, you are not a thing. You don't exist. To people that are unfamiliar with the topic, you don't exist. So nobody's going to be wondering about whether or not they should watch the documentary if Austin's not in it, because you don't exist to them. How could anybody coming into it from the outside have any expectation that you're going to be the one in it? It's nameless, faceless flat earthers before the first frame of the video. That's all you are. Right? So if Austin's in it or Jaren's in it, it doesn't matter. Nobody knows. If the story arc is, here's Jaren, and he goes through the stuff and he has conflicts and he gets to the end of it and then he's like, it's a globe. And he's freed from the shackles of how much flat earth has dragged him down for 10 years. And he finally gets to be free of that. And his brain's like, oh my gosh, what was I thinking for all those years? Why did I miss this and this and this? That's a great story arc. Well, so far, Austin, to my knowledge, has only seen one of 4 parts. So whatever if I'm right on that, I don't know the details. If I'm right on that, he's only seen the one. Maybe the other are different things. I don't know. People ask me often, what do you know? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the 4 parts. I think it's 4 parts. That I don't know for sure either. Other than what he is, what Will has stated in his documentation, that is 4 parts. Anyway, just the ego. Nobody's gonna watch it if I'm not in it.
Well, people will watch it, but they'll have to redo it, right? Like Jonathan's been working on it this whole time. He would have to completely redo it and take you out of it, right?
Well, for one, yeah, exactly. But I'm saying like, yeah, flat earthers will watch it or whatever, but like it won't be like it won't be like entertain. Like without saying too much, I'm just saying that if you take me out of it, they don't really have any cliffhangers. They don't have any drama. They don't have anything.
There's huge drama. There's the story arc of Jaren escaping. That's the happy story. The sad story is look at this loser before and look at it after. He's still a loser. Ha ha. That's it, right? It's not the happy story. It's the sad story. It's the you're a loser, Austin story. That's not a win. That's not a win. You're still flat earther. You falsified flat earth and you're still flat earther. Oh my gosh.
Because like one example is like where I go off on MCToon and I straight up told them, oh, we just won't go. And we're like in Punta Arenas, and I'm like, well, we just won't go then.
And then they went.
And then they weren't sure if we were going to go, and so they frame all that in there.
But they went, and Austin's like, I called Duffy's bluff. Really? When Austin said, if you don't sign this, we won't go, Duffy said, okay. And they still went. And Duffy didn't sign it. Who called the bluff? Duffy called your bluff. And you cracked.
Like, I'm in a bunch of the crucial shots. You see what I'm saying? Like, if they can't use me at all. And so that's one option, obviously, is to be like, no, you can't use me at all. And then sue them, I guess. But the only issue is that Jaren kind of changes this whole dynamic, because Jaren flipping, now they do have a flat earther in there. Because obviously they have the Liz girl, but Liz is like, she's kind of inconsequential in the film. So like,
wait, Jaren flipped back to flat?
No. I'm just saying like, because he flipped the globe, right?
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I'm just saying like they get to put a flat earther in the film, and it's like perfect for them, right? Where it's like he was a flat earther, but then he found out it wasn't flat. So like if I'm not in it,
it's a success story. Everybody happy.
Then there's no one, because like every time I was interviewed, I made the point that like this doesn't prove the Earth's a globe at all. It's still flat. Like I wouldn't let every interview I said that, right? So like that's kind of the decision that has to.
But how is it still flat? No evidence for flat. Every single experiment we did matches the globe. 0 experiments match flat Earth. Did Austin do any experiments? No. If you had done some experiments and they matched flat Earth, well, maybe you could make a claim about that, but you didn't do any
to be made. So there's 2 parts to this, right? If I make the decision to say no, who knows if they'll honor it or still try to push me in there? Because like you said, obviously they've edited it this whole time and they put me in it anyway after telling me I wasn't going to be in it. So they've clearly made the decision that they're going to put me in it regardless, right? Or
they didn't say they weren't going to put you in it. He's just inventing things here.
Like that would make more sense. Spend all this time, all this money editing it with me in it. So obviously they're going to try to make me sue them or whatever.
Are you sure that they didn't? Sorry, one question really quick. Did they, when you signed your first original whatever document with Duffy, are you sure that there wasn't something there that gives them permission to like use a certain amount of time with you? Okay.
No, 100%. Yeah. Like I've had like one of the best civil attorneys in the country look at it. I mean, he's a flat earther also. I mean, he actually didn't want me to go, but yeah, like 100% the bull.
I'm one of the best civil attorneys in the and he's a flat earther. Like, yeah, he's a big time attorney and he's a flat earther. You know, like, so, I don't want to say that I'm special, but I'm really special.
Well, the contract is like a typical final edit right wording. I mean, it's like over the top. It's like overkill. So it's like, what it says is that they can use like something where like if you're in the. It's
overkill. The thing he called overkill, that's what I showed earlier, that contract. That's the overkill contract. Now, I'm not legally adept, so I don't know whether or not a contract is overkill or not. But I'd imagine if a contract was overkill, it would have a bit more content. It would have things that specifically bind the other people to very specific and rigid rules. This is like vague.
In the background of a 360 of the sun, they can use that, right? Which I thought would be unreasonable to say they couldn't do that, because like how they wouldn't be able to use anything, that's like totally not fair. I'm like, I don't care about that. What I care about is you taking stuff that I said out of context and putting it in a hit piece. You know what I mean? So that is, but they don't just have me in background, bro. They have my interviews. They have all that. And anyway, and then there's another part of it. I'll just say it like this. There was another thing that was filmed where when we were in the hotel, I guess there's like this.
Clive Wells says Witless is worried that having his image taken will steal his soul. However, he is a ginger, so has no soul.
Physicist guy that was going to Antarctica to run the marathon, and he found out while we were there and was really curious about it. He sat down in the lobby, and I break down like geocentrism and flat Earth to him, and it's like he was super cool about it. If you, I would say that's something that would be beneficial to be in there. Like if you take out
he's so enamored with himself that he thinks that every word that he says is going to be impressive to people that know that BS is BS.
It just depends on what people think, right? I'm going to kind of, my idea is to like let the community decide. The problem is we don't really have much of a community anymore. I don't know how that would work, but like, again, the decision to be made, I guess, is like option A is I say, no, you can't use me. Either they do anyway, or they take me out. If they take me out, then you're nothing,
which is what you were before. His ego. Oh my god.
Then you just have Jaren, assumably he's gonna agree.
That's all you need.
I reached out to Jaren a few months ago and I said, like, look, dude, I need you, even though I know you flipped and all that, like, we're still supposed to be boys. We had an agreement, dude. Like, I need you to kind of stand with me in terms of the documentary, because like if
why do you need Jaren to stand with you? Do you want Jaren to have the documentary show that the final experiment concluded the Earth was flat? Is that what you want? No, it's a final experiment. Austin, according to you, pre-TFE, it's final.
They can just get you, they're just not going to care. You know what I mean? And now we lost all the leverage that we had, and we kind of made a promise to all these people we weren't going to let them put us in a hit piece. And he said he'll think about it. So, who knows, right? Realistically, he's a Glober now. He posted something about the Challenger being legit 2 days ago on X. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It is legit. Let's see. What did Austin have to say about Antarctica?
On a globe Earth model. If somebody were to fly you over that, you would go, all right, it's round?
Yeah. If you can truly verify that you did true north to south circumnavigation over Antarctica and back up, yeah, it's only possible on a globe. I would want to be able to verify where I'm at, of course, but yeah, of course. Same thing if I went and I saw the sun go around me 360 for 24 hours, right? Like I'd be like, okay, this matches the globe. It doesn't match the flat Earth.
It matches the globe. It doesn't match the flat Earth. Uh-oh, Austin. Caught you lying. Caught you changing your story, Austin. Oh, dear me, Austin. Let's see. Mystery Man says, I'm not legally adept, but my understanding is that Will is not making the documentary. The person that is making the documentary did not sign that contract. I don't know if that. I don't know. That probably wouldn't do it because Will is directing how the documentary should be done. He owns the documentary, owns the rights to it, stuff like that. It probably, but though, like you, I'm not legally adept as much as Austin is, of course, because he's so legally adept.
Posted something about the Earth spinning a day ago, so like. I can't control another man, obviously. I don't know. So anyway, my point is like if you take me out of it, you have like Lizbeth, you have Jaren. These are flat earthers that went. You have Jonathan kind of being a flat earther. You have the Globers like pounding on them and explaining all the globe quote unquote experiments the whole time. And then it's obviously going to be framed as like the straw man of the AE map with the physical location of the sun being what flat Earth is and it being debunked. So like if you don't have really, from my understanding, I'm the only one involved with the trip that from beginning to end, before the trip, after the trip, during the trip, my position was the same the whole time.
And that's not something to boast about, Austin. You declared before you went that if you saw the sun go around 24 hours a day, that you would say this matches a globe, it does not match flat Earth. You didn't say that afterwards. You lied. It's not a flex to declare that you lied. It's not a flex to see something that contradicts something that you said you would change your position about, and then you didn't change your position. That's a lose for you, Austin, not a win.
It was like, oh, I don't know if it's there. I'm highly skeptical of it, but if it's there, it's inconsequential, and it doesn't have anything to do with the physical measurements of the Earth, and the Earth's not a globe regardless. And I said that the entire time, every time I was interviewed. I'm the only one that did that. So I'm just saying, like, the movie won't have that in there, meaning like it won't have the representation of our actual position now in there, right? Obviously, there's a group of people that think we didn't go or whatever, or think it isn't there or whatever. Like, okay, well, that's cool, but it is there. I went there and saw it. So, like, for the flat earthers that accept that's true, I mean, we'll have no representation. Now, the question is, though, like, how popular will it even be? Will someone actually buy it? I don't know, but I mean, it did get international coverage apparently at the time. So I don't really know. I'm not sure the best thing to do. And I will say this: when they show me the private showing, they I'm just probably not even supposed to be talking about this, but
Yeah, you probably are not supposed to be talking about it.
who cares? Because they're clearly not showing integrity with.
Oh, how do you know that they're not showing integrity? You have no idea what is going to happen in the future. He's already made his conclusion about what's happening in the future. You see what's going on here? Now he's justifying that he's breaking the contract that he just signed. I don't know if he's about to break the contract or not. I don't know the contract. I don't know the contents of what he saw, and I don't remember what he's about to say. But he just waved off that he doesn't need to follow the contract because he thinks that somebody else is going to violate something else in the future. That's not justification for you doing the wrong thing ever.
What they signed, but they they were telling me write down any times of issues that I have or any changes I want. Right. And so I kept a mental note of it.
A mental note.
Like, I know, like 23 minutes and then 4 minutes, and then I know these off the top of my head. Who knows? Maybe they'll actually do that.
He didn't write them down. He just took mental notes.
I don't know what you guys think about it.
Did you message it to them, or did you just have it in your mental?
I just remember. I remember, but I haven't yet. But because there's another part of it where
he's not going to write it down. Right, all the technology. He's got a phone in his hand. He could open up the notes app on his phone. He could take a note. He could write it on his computer and store it to the hard drive. He could send himself an email. He could any number of ways. No, I'm just going to take a mental note. Can't be bothered.
There's like, it's supposed to like kind of like the final edit, but at the end of it, it's like update where people are now, and they asked if I was down to do like an update interview, and that would mean like the audience is left with that. That'll be the last thing they hear.
Oh, so he's not just giving a yay or nay to content. He wants to decide what will be in it. You must, because the contract, because I'm legally adept, you must go and film me and put me on uncensored for this amount of time to give the final word.
Which is like a pretty huge opportunity, right, for Flat Earth. Meaning, like, you get to hear from a flat earther, a real flat earther that was there, and then what they think now and how it didn't prove the Earth is a globe for them, explain it at the end of the film. And if I turn it down or tell them to take me out and try to kind of call their bluff, then they'll just be left with a bunch of globers and then like a flat earther who flipped.
That's a victory. That is the biggest victory ever. I don't know why he thinks it's not a victory.
Yeah, and then the thing is,
got me in the corner.
Well, it's kind of to me, it's like the in-between point of whether it's a hit piece or not. Because if it's not a hit piece, at least you guys would all be represented. And ideally to your own satisfaction, to that you're represented. Now, they still could weave some other narrative or something, but at least if you're able to represent yourself, then, but if you're not able to, or if you're going to, then it gets into hit piece territory where you're being
Well, it's not a hit piece. It's not a hit piece in the standard meaning of like the way Behind the Curve was, right? Where like they take stuff out of sequence and move it around and misrepresent what people are actually saying. It's not like that. Like, Jonathan legitimately was a flat earther. He was just not like a super informed one. From my understanding, he's still not a glober. That's what he just told me. Who knows? But like, I will say it's like a documentary style of the trip, right? Like, it's more documenting the trip itself and like how it's like epic and no one's ever done it type of thing. But it obviously comes from the angle. I mean, it's a glober spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to disprove flat earth. You know what I mean? So like,
And he did a great job of it. Flat Earth requires, according to Austin, Flat Earth requires that the sun does not circle around you 24 hours a day, and it did. According to Austin, it debunked Flat Earth.
It obviously shows all the stuff that was on YouTube, like the Glober test and all this, right? It shows that and shows that it matches the predictions or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
If you take me out,
and it didn't match any Flat Earth predictions. How much more do you need? It falsified every single test, falsified Flat Earth. But no, it still totally matches, bro.
Then you're kind of just left with that narrative. It'll be much more behind the curve-ish without me in it. So, it's just super.
So yeah, so WitSpit is whining about TFE, even though WitSpit is a glober of sorts now. Yeah, and we aren't to that part of this live stream yet, but he is. He does argue for the globe, and he tries to mask it because he doesn't want to anger the one community that sort of likes him. Like most flat earthers don't like him, but there's a few. There's a little thin strand of a few flat earthers that do like him still. And so he wants to hold on to that in his transition to whatever is the next thing, because this flat earth stuff isn't working out for him right now. And he's tried he's floated a few lead balloons of trying to be a hyper Nazi, trying to be a political contrarian, trying to be a religious get everything wrong kind of guy, and can't debate worth crap on religion, right? He's tried a bunch of other things, and it's not worked out for him. Right. And how does he know? Well, he tried one or two videos, right? His efforts, his dipping his toe is not very far into it, which is just fine. It fits his work ethic, which is basically no work. Unfortunately, it says Sully really misses WitSpit. He's such a Ginger Jesus fanboy.
For one-sided.
Yeah, because you're the only
Like
one of that group that's kind of holding the position that this doesn't make the Earth a globe. Like, I mean, did Lisbeth kind of flip? I heard that she kind of.
She didn't flip. But she's not. She doesn't. It's just she doesn't have a significant role.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't flip now, even though she specifically said that she knows that the Earth is not flat.
Any of it. Yeah. So.
Well, I'm just saying you're the only one like holding ground that is more like nuanced and deeper in the topic than, let's say, Elizabeth or John.
Yeah, and I'm the only one in the interviews that articulated that specifically.
Yeah.
So.
Well, from what you saw, were you satisfied or unsatisfied with how they have you in there from the edit you saw?
It's not terrible.
So I mean, even if they just go through with that and you don't even get to edit it, would you even need?
I
to
wouldn't
sue
be
them?
like super mad or anything.
Would you? Yeah, and then the whole like suing them thing. Would you not even need to? Because it's like, all right, well, and then if they do let you edit it a little bit, isn't that kind of what you'd wanted originally?
Yeah. Well, yeah. If I actually suggest changes, they make the changes. I mean, technically, they did show me the respect of hitting me up, driving out to me, and giving me a private viewing, and then telling me to write down anything or keep up with anything I want changed. So they're trying to keep their side of it, hoping that I'm going to go along with it. But it's obvious that if I don't, they're going to go through with it anyway, because Duffy doesn't have a choice. Like, I'm not going to say any details. I'm just telling you guys that if you take me out of it, it sucks.
Well, he has to also deal with,
because of me. It's just that's the way it was filmed. That's the way everything went down. When we first got there, the first dinner, they debated me 4v1. As soon as we met each other, you got Duffy, McKeegan, MCToon, and this other guy debating me the entire dinner.
And this other guy, Critical Think. Actually, here's what happened. And I was requested not to post it, so I haven't posted it. Austin specifically did not want me to post the video of that dinner, but I would be happy to post it, Austin, if you want to set the record straight. Just send me a message. Just let me know that you would happily have me post that video, and I will. But so far, I have honored the request to not post it. But it wasn't 4v1, and it wasn't us that initiated the debate. It was McKeegan, myself, and Critical Think. 3 of us. Duffy was not involved in the discussion. He was on the other end of the table. And Austin prompted the debate. We were just sitting there happy to have a conversation or chill or whatever. We were like, We're not here to debate. We're not here to go into it. But he wanted to. That was his choice. So just say, Austin, just say that I should post that. I'll post it. Don't worry. It'll be great. You'll don't worry. You'll look really good in it. Yep, don't worry. You look great in that, Austin. It's super good for you.
And I'm just like ordering wine because I'm so annoyed. And I'm like, dude, okay, cool. Agree to disagree. They're just like bombarding me, right? 4v1. So like, if you take that out, then you take out all those flat earth arguments made. If you take out, which I'm not even, I mean, like, I was not happy. I also will say this, like, I look kind of crazy in it because like, I was not planning on being in it.
You always look crazy, Austin, but I mean, in a good way. Definitely good. Don't worry, you don't look that crazy in that you want it posted, Austin.
So I didn't care what I looked like. I didn't care what my hair looked like. I didn't care about trimming my beard or looking professional. You know, I just didn't care because I'm just like, I'm not gonna let them use me. So I mean, I guess that's a part of it. But I don't look like an insane person or anything. But I'm just saying that I don't.
Yeah, you
I
do.
don't care.
Yeah, you
and
do.
every time the camera's around, I'm just like ignoring it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't. There's like a group message where they kind of throw some of the comms in there. Like I didn't send one text. I didn't reply to a group message the entire time I was there.
That's not true either.
You know, like I didn't.
I suppose I mean it's probably kind of boring, and there's no doxing information in our Telegram chat, but I don't know. Would you guys be interested in that? It's a lot, but you could do it, and I don't know if there's a way to. I could do it bulk export or bulk screenshot Telegram chat. I could make that happen if you want it.
I just didn't intend on being in any of this. Now it's kind of tricky, right? Like Jaren flipping kind of changes a lot of it. So I don't know. I will say this. I think that where I kind of lean as of now is like if they'll include a final, like where they're at now, they include me. If they give me like a minute, 30 seconds to a minute at least, which is a long time in documentary world, you know. But if they give me like a minute or whatever at the end of it to like actually lay it out, and then I like really kind of write it or think about it, like point to these tests, point to these channels, make these points, and be like, we've already modeled it out or whatever. I think that's extremely valuable, and it would maybe be worth considering just saying it's cool for them to use me if they'll put that in there, because that means like after everything they see, then
So listen to him posturing. He has now put it to his audience of 3, right? Geo and a couple others, whoever else is there, right? The faithful flirps, that he's not going to let them use it. He's already seen it. He's okay with it. It's all fine, but no, he's not going to let them use it unless they give him a minute or maybe 30 seconds at the end as the final Mr. Rogers closing statement to state his position that even though everything about the trip contradicted Flat Earth, he's still an idiot Flat Earther. And why? Because no evidence for Flat Earth. It's just, well, I don't understand the globe, therefore flat. Right, remember, Flat Earthers, the reason why Flat Earthers are Flat Earthers is because they don't understand the globe. They're told by somebody else, this is what the globe predicts, but it's not. It's not what the globe predicts. And this doesn't match that thing that the globe does not predict. No surprise. But it does match what the globe predicts. No surprise. Again, therefore flat, right? You can't conclude that the Earth is not a globe by not testing the globe. You got to test the actual globe. They never get it right. You see too far. You never see too far. You always see the amount that the globe predicts. You just didn't get the prediction right. All right. Well, yeah, he's framed it in front of his people like that. But also, he's just going to let him do it.
audience sees, oh, but that flat earth guy, he's still a flat earther. And so I could kind of like, I could attempt to like force them to, yeah, Duffy's not going to want to put that in there. You know what I mean? Duffy's going to want it to end with like, oh, flat Earth has been disproven.
Oh no, it's okay. You can be the lone idiot who is so dumb that you're still a flat earther. That happened at the end of the Beyond the Curve documentary. Bob Nodell, Mark Sargent, Jaron, at the end of it, were all still flat earthers at the end. And it didn't look good for them. It's not a good look to falsify flat earth and then say, oh, that didn't falsify flat earth. It's a loss.
So I can try that, right? Where it's like, well, if you want to use me, then you have to put me in at the end, giving like an update.
Yeah.
And then I just have to think how to just like bang, 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 leave a bunch of gems and point the audience to real flat earthers, you know, after they watch the film. To me, that's like immensely valuable, you know, and then they're obviously talking about different things that I can't really say the specifics of that I could agree to participate in, where I would be able to still be the guy representing FE after the fact.
Main character.
I can't say anything though.
It'd be kind of cool if you guys all got together and did like a live filming, like a panel thing or something for like the final. That's just another idea, but where you're all like in person again and then giving like your
that'd be fantastic, Gio. I love your idea.
An idea, but I don't know if that's even in the thoughts of what you guys are thinking or not. But the thing about what I would say what Duffy's in, it's kind of a dicey situation, because if he doesn't have you in there, okay, maybe that's what he presents to whoever's going to end up watching it, and maybe some people won't really know what actually went on. But the problem is, if he doesn't put you in there, I would think for him, if he doesn't put you in there, then now he's in a situation where there's just like rumors galore. Like, wait, there was this other.
There'd be no rumors. There's another flat earther who went and didn't give up flat Earth. What an idiot!
Guy that wasn't put in the documentary. Anyway, he didn't flip to the globe. Why didn't he flip to the globe? You know, like that almost might bring more attention against what he wants. Because
no, it would just show everybody that flat earthers are dumb.
Everyone's going to be like, what, of what went on there, and they'll be
the ego.
You know, now some people might not look into that. They might just kind of see the surface movie. But yeah, that's a huge like risk on his end. And overall, it just seems like at least to keep it within some level of integrity, it seems like you guys should all be able to be represented, at least for your positions. You know, ideally.
And they also can't really like revise history, right? Like if anyone watches it and then wants to go look at the YouTube, like they're going to see me in that live stream where everyone talks for a little bit. They're going to see, you know what I mean? Like they're going to be like, wait, why is he not in that? So
why is Lisbeth not in it very much? She didn't have a major part. Why is Jonathan not in it very much? He didn't have a major part. Right? Why, when you're watching a movie, is every single character in the movie not the main character? Because you can't have every character be the main character. In Austin, you're not the main character.
The other thing is
in life, you might be in one of the four. I don't know. Right? Look at this idiot. Here's an object lesson in how to not be.
Right. Obviously, if it works the way they want it to, and someone actually buys it, and then quite a few people see it or whatever, then as long as I am online active, like accurately representing FE at that point, like there's an argument to be made. It's a net positive for flat. Right? Because then
no, it's not.
All these new eyes come hear the real.
No, it's not.
So I mean, yeah, I don't know.
But what evidence would he be giving? There isn't any evidence for flat Earth. So no matter what he says, it's not going to be a win for flat Earth, because he's not going to go and say, well, this experiment that we did matched flat Earth. There were none.
I'm just telling you that I don't think that what you just said is why he wants to put me in it at all, because he got super pissed whenever I like put my foot down about the trailer. And I didn't say to change the trailer. I said
got super pissed.
This is being positioned as though it's like it's final and definitive. I'm not going to be in a documentary that does.
It's the name of the thing. There's three words. The final experiment. The middle word is final. It was final. Every single experiment matched globe. Every flat earther, with a couple exceptions, including Austin, before the trip, said impossible for the sun to do circles around you 24 hours a day. For flat Earth, it disproves flat Earth, and there we go.
Is that because that's not my position? That's not, you know, it's being presented as though we all agree this would definitively prove it once and for all. That isn't what happened, and I'm not going to be in a documentary that does that. I'm not going to be in a film that does that.
Nobody cares.
And so Duffy got triggered and was like, "Fine, screw him."
He didn't get triggered.
Just take him out. We're just not going to put him in at all.
But okay, so you're saying that it doesn't seem like he's concerned of taking you out, that it'll be a kickback, but maybe that was like, I don't know what scenario that was, but if he was angry in the moment, but whether he ends up listening to this recording or hears this idea, but that's the thing. Well, he already would probably be thinking that's like what the kickback obviously would end up being. It's not like he wouldn't have thought of that, but you're saying, yeah, it doesn't seem like he cares?
Well, they don't really. He can't really
He's got
whine
to.
about me talking about this right now. He went online and talked about it. You know what I mean? Like, and started saying that we're going to use it anyway.
Where did he do this? 11 months ago was his final live stream on YouTube. Where did he say this? You're just making up stuff, Austin, aren't you?
I haven't listened to it. Someone came to me and told me that he basically said that they're going to put me in it.
Oh, he didn't even listen to it. So he's speaking about something he didn't even listen to. I don't know what it was that he thinks that Will said, but he didn't even listen to it. Wow.
Anyway, or something like that, whether or not I agree, which is insane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm just not like a litigious guy. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain group of people that love to do that. I'm
He's not litigious, but listen to him talk about how he's going to sue people.
not one of those people. So, I would prefer to not do that in general. But I mean, if I had
So
to,
the
I
worst,
would.
the worst case is that they put you in there and misrepresent you, and it's a hit piece. I'm just saying the worst case, and then you would either have legal recourse or just completely have that out there. Would it be that's like
And that would be so stupid for them to do that, especially if they try to sell it to someone else, because they're going to sell it to someone else, and then if I win the lawsuit, they won't be able to publish it.
I don't think he understands the sequence of events. He doesn't. He doesn't understand the sequence of events. Just so you know, purchase, then show.
Oh shit.
And maybe
Well,
that's the benefit.
Well, Andy would never have to ask anybody for money again if you got a big chunk out of it.
Oh, so hopeful.
Sounds like they're gambling.
The thing is, the way that people deal with that, the way, like, they just they file motions to drag it out.
Depending on what the damages are. All right, hold on. What are the damages? Well, you can't damage his reputation, right? He's the idiot that was arrested at Mount Rushmore for talking on a loudspeaker where he wasn't supposed to talk with a loudspeaker. He could have talked, but not with a loudspeaker there. Right? Everybody else standing at the top of that place at Rushmore is like, why is this idiot on his loudspeaker? Can you guys make him shut up? Because we're just trying to enjoy being here. He's that guy. He's the guy that spit in his wife's face. Not his wife, the mother of his children's face. Got arrested, got a restraining order saying he can't go back to that house again. Went back to that house again. Right. So what damages? What reputation was injured? None. He doesn't have a positive reputation to hurt. So it'd be tough to quantify damages if in his invented fantasy world any of this actually happens. It wouldn't. Icy Spin says watching Austin be called a shill is so good. Oh yeah. And Geo's server is the only place where he gets a little bit of protection from that. If he goes on any other Flat Earth server, they just ruthlessly attack him. It's funny watching it happen. Larry Scott says, the saga of two flirts. Only one could see the simplicity of truth, the opposite of tragedy. The other flirt doubled down on blind ignorance, the tragedy. Absolutely. And I don't know. I really don't know the script, what the episodes are. Right. I've talked with Will at times, but I don't pry. I'm like, here's a couple thoughts that I have, but for the most part, you're going to make a great documentary, I think, and I look forward to it. That's essentially what it is. So I don't know, but I got to imagine with a 4-part, like there's going to be a different focus on each part, right? So one of them might be Austin, the dummy, right? Still a flat earther. What a dope, right? I don't know. But yeah, that's the tragedy. That's the tragedy. And the happy end, maybe the final part, I don't know, is Jaren and how he escaped. Who knows? The House of Valarian says Witless can't sue. Discovery would ruin his life. I don't. Maybe, but I don't know if Discovery specifically related to this, the TFE would turn up any of the trash on him. The dirt, I don't know. Unfornicated says, I volunteer to fill in for Ginger Jesus in a skit. Oh yeah, I'm wearing the what's it, the platypus shirt today. I chose it on purpose. House Valarian says Ginger Judas is more like it. That's pretty good. Break free. Yeet again. Break free. Yeet again. Says for $20, your commentary on WitSpit is hilarious and a public service. Well, thank you very much. Break free. Yeet again. Yeet. Oh, break free. You got to use camel case. It helps. Break free yet again. Not Yeeta gain. I'm sorry. Well, look, I mean, it's it's all lowercase except for the first one. The House Valarian again. Thank you so much. Says someone will make a documentary witless flat Earth. I've got a lot of footage. Jaren has footage. I don't know how much footage Dave has, and I think Austin published his. Right, so I don't know, but maybe somebody who is really, I mean, it's not me. I'm not great at making that kind of stuff, but maybe if somebody's like, hey, let's do something, you could make some sort of a video of all of that footage together. That'd be cool. I'd be up. I'd do my part, which would be to provide the footage, and any commentary or assistance, or I can't do. I'm not the video editor guy, right? But that'd be funny. Tim Davidson says, sorry, Witzit, Luggage doesn't get the final word. Seriously, of all the people on the trip, he didn't do anything, and he stated it already. He sat there in the room, just sitting there, not knowing what to do, standing around, sleeping. Right? He's like, I put my camera on the tripod, and then Jaren took it off the tripod, and it broke. Yeah. Then what? Nothing. He brought a Insta360, and he's like, oh, I needed to update it. What do you mean you needed to update it? Why didn't you update it before you went? But wait a second. What kind of camera requires an update just to turn on and record? I don't know of any camera that would require that. Right? If it had been working when you last used it, it will work again. You don't need to do an update. But how is it that you showed up on the trip of a lifetime without being prepared at all? And you think you want to be the main character? Oh my gosh. So much ego. Gosh. Logic says he sees himself riding into the sea too far sunset. Oh, that's pretty good. Roth952 says Witsit is as delusional as an Oxford professor. I don't know anything about delusion in Oxford professors. Am I missing something? Is there a trope about that, or is it just that Roth doesn't like Oxford professors? I don't know. But anyway, thank you for that. JSS Tiger says they just annihilated flat earthers in Witsit's chat. Very good. You know what you could do in Witsit's chat is just go talk about vape. How come you vaped? Why do you lie about vaping? How did do what flat earth say? You're a shill. They paid you. How much did they pay you? Why did you turn? That I love watching the flatties just go after him like that. The Gorn Captain says, Toon, you don't get it. Witsit is in total control. Of course he is. Of course he is. He's the main character too. Dirk Swizzer says, fake Titicaca, it's Toon's day. Yeet gain. That's it. Thanks, Dirk. And oh look, we got from Break Free Yeet. Break Free Yeeta Gain. It says TFE is about Jaren and his journey. WitSpit's was just luggage. Absolutely. You don't need Austin. He is unnecessary. But it's not gonna be, seriously, there's no way he can come out in positive light. Don't tell him this, because I want him in it, because it's not going to be good. But he's not going to look good. There's no way that he can look good. Don't tell him.
And hope you can't fund it, right? Like, to get through the suit to the money, to the judgment or settlement, you have to pay to get there. And when it comes to like civil law, like representing yourself is a terrible idea, because you're just dealing with a bunch of Jews that like live for this and know every conceivable loophole. And you can be completely right. I mean, it's typically Jewish people that, like, anytime I've talked to an attorney about
and his flat earth civil lawyer is Jewish.
Civil lawsuit, dude, it's like insane. It's an insane world where like there's so many loopholes. There's so many, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not, I wouldn't be confident defending myself. Maybe there would be someone that would do it pro bono, or depend on the jurisdiction and all this, but
I got a flat
Well, why would somebody do it pro bono for you, Austin?
earth.
they would bank them.
Your
I got a
flat
flat
earth.
earth lawyer that's badass, dude.
I was gonna say, isn't your lawyer that you have a
Yeah,
flat
but I'm
earther?
talking
He
about the
wouldn't-
jurisdiction, right? Yeah, like but he's in Maryland, right? I don't know.
Oh yeah, this is where he doesn't understand jurisdiction. Austin at the time was living in Florida. Now he's in Tennessee. Will is in Colorado. The editor is in California. Right? What's the jurisdiction? Can anybody in the chat just take a wild guess at where the jurisdiction might be?
Nah,
What
my buddy's in Cali. I don't know if he's licensed in. Well, what state would it be in? If it was like a Netflix or something.
Well, that's a good question, right? Like, I was in Florida when I signed it. Obviously, it's interstate, so it maybe would be. I don't know how that works. And then, like, obviously,
Yeah, but he's legally adept, but he doesn't know how that works. I have a guess. Ooh, so does Alex.
edited in California. So I would like to link up with the guy, just in general, because I mean, anytime that
I
there's like
DM'd you not that long ago. I'll send you another one. To that point, one of my buddy who lives in North Carolina was just hitting me up and asking me to travel there for a few weeks to work for him because he's so busy. So if you did need work up there to get out of Florida, just let me know. But yeah, the other thing I was thinking when you were saying how you didn't want to be in the film, it was also probably rough.
Aldebaran says, yes, all lawyers are Jews, Austin. My Japanese pro bono lawyer from my bankruptcy years ago was Buddhist, was one too. His bigotry, yes. His lawyer is Jewish. Why is his lawyer still his lawyer? If I was his lawyer, I'd be like, well, I'm out. Shalom, right? His Jewish lawyer should just shalom out.
To be sick, to be...
Yes. The answer to jurisdiction, federal. Why wouldn't it be federal? People are all over the place.
tired and to be the only one with a young family at home that you left. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the other part of it that I really messed up on was I was still just thinking like, dude, there's something that's going to happen, that the trip's going to get canceled or something, And because I was the one that was the most difficult with them, they weren't really updating me on anything. And so then
we weren't really updating you. Everybody got the same updates. The Telegram group, everybody got that. The emails, everybody got that. We had two meetings, video meetings beforehand. All of us were there. Well, Austin was there in person.
And when it was actually like the day before.
I mean, not in person. It was on Zoom. But he wasn't maybe conscious for all of it.
I'm like, oh. So I packed everything the night before. I literally pulled an all-nighter and packed everything like an all-nighter. And then we traveled for freaking 25 hours or whatever, and like couldn't really sleep on the plane. And then when we got to Punta Arenas, we stayed up to see what the sun was going to do. And the sun was coming through the window and pulled back to back all-nighters. Basically had like 2-3 hours of sleep one night. Then when we landed,
who's to blame for all this?
Obviously, because it was so clear, we immediately went, to set everything up, and then it was like 30 something consecutive hours, and I got a couple hours of sleep there. So
oh dear, he got a lot more than a couple. He slept a lot. I didn't care, right? I was busy. I was doing my thing. And Jaron and Austin both set up their sleeping bags underneath the table. Great spot to do it. And I remember I was just walking up because the one table that Austin was underneath had some food and some drinks on it. And I'm like, oh, I gotta grab something. And I looked down, and there he is sleeping, and his phone was on the ground, face up, Discord. He had his earbud in, like he fell asleep on Discord. Whatever, less than 18 hours from when we got there, by the way. He got plenty of sleep compared to the rest of us.
So I felt like terrible. I was like delirious and felt terrible, and that's why I started feeling sick and whatever. That's my fault, I guess, but that's how that went down. I was like had no sleep multiple days before we got to Antarctica.
And you had to share a room with Jaron, right? I remember you telling us this on the stream at some point.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with that?
And then when you sleep there, it's not like luxury, bro. It's you have to like be buried in a what's it called, sleeping bag with a bunch of layers on. You wake up like drenched in sweat. The wind is crazy loud outside.
The wind is crazy loud outside. So now the first night we were at the halfway point, he slept underneath the table. Jaron slept underneath the table. The rest of us kind of sat in chairs or laid on the ground or whatever. There was no wind. It was completely no wind that first night. The second and third night, we're in the tents. Also, no wind. You'll hear him say it in a little bit. There was no wind. It was calm. I don't know where he got this crazy windy thing. The tents were pretty nice. These were big tents. If you saw the pictures, they look like caterpillars. They're not small tents. The cots were set up sideways, and then inside was a table, like a good sized table with our stuff on it, put room for that. It was a good size tent, not a little tent. You weren't crammed in. The cot was a big cot. Like none of what he just said to describe the situation is what I would use to describe the situation.
You're in a little bitty tent with another person. Yeah, whatever. But
rock.
Yeah, but who knows,
Hello,
man?
WitSpit's.
I watched it. It could have been worse. What's up?
Hey, WitSpit's, you remember me?
Oh my gosh, this guy's so dumb.
Yeah.
Oh,
We were flat smacking before the pandemics.
Is that George? It sounds like George.
No,
Flat smacking where?
in 24/7 Flat Earth.
Oh,
that's gotta be good.
they were flat smacking people in the 24/7 Flat Earth echo chamber.
The old one, yeah. Well, you got quite a long way. I want to ask you something, please.
Mhm.
Was it Jaron that was proposed to be the one making this expedition?
Man, this guy is so far behind, and he talks so slow.
And he took you with him?
Yeah. Basically, what happened was Jaron started agreeing to it, and then he was wanting someone to go with him, and so I was like, well, if I don't go, who's gonna go? Because if they go do
The ego. Listen to him puff up his ego here.
trip without someone, I mean that didn't work anyway, right? I mean, you can't name a person in Flat Earth that could have gone that wouldn't have got crucified. If you're gonna be honest,
Yeah.
whoever went was
But
gonna get crucified.
he's the one who did the signing
Made the thing.
with the
Well,
guys.
we both signed. We both I wrote the contract. We both ended up signing, but it was him that he agreed to it, and then kind of ended up saying if Austin goes, and so then it was all kind of down to me. And if I turned it down, then I thought well they're just gonna go get two fill-in quote unquote flat earthers, and I was
Oh, he's the best flat earther, everybody. There's no better flat earther than him. It couldn't be somebody else like Eric Dubay or Dearth or any of the 22 other flat earthers that were specifically named. Couldn't have been them. He's better than all of them.
I was worried about them flipping but not being legit. And like honestly, in hindsight, I was proven right? Because Jaren flipped. So like if I didn't go, you would have just had a bunch of flat earthers that flipped.
But there
It's
could be
so
that
much ego.
they have another contract between them and Jaren.
Oh yeah,
you don't know of.
You don't know of.
Yeah, so then it means he might have been signed.
Of course, yeah. Let's just make up crap because it has to be because It couldn't just be that somebody looked at evidence and said, "Looks like the evidence matches the globe."
Something, which is problematic.
It doesn't really matter, right? Because he flipped. So he's gonna, he doesn't care to let them use it anyway. I would imagine.
Well, I will say they only needed him to be flipped.
Yeah,
I thought that too, but then I got
you only need one. Makes for a great story.
to see it. So like, you take me out of it, it's 1/10 as entertaining. And I'm not saying that from any.
It's so egotistical. It's 1/10 as entertaining if WitSpit's not in it. Oh my gosh. Such a narcissist. It's all about him. Oh my gosh.
Any like, not like any arrogance or anything like that. Just that's the way.
That's pure arrogance. That is 100% triple distilled arrogance.
The trip went down, right? Like, I was the one everyone was trying to debate. I'm the one that called MCToon out and said, "Fine, we just won't go." Right, the day before, I'm the one that
and still went.
Like, they were debating while we were in Antarctica, right? Like, I'm the one that has this huge history with MCToon leading up to it, etc. Right? So like, if you pull that storyline out,
oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't know. They don't really have much. They have Jaren like flipping, but it's like, I'm obviously saying too much, but like, you may be surprised how small of a portion.
Yeah, Big Burn Black Dragon. How do none of these idiots not realize his arrogance? It's so much arrogance.
He plays in it.
Oh,
it's like, he doesn't even make a big point about that. Actually, he doesn't even make a big point about him flipping. Like, actually, you wouldn't even flip.
I see.
It does. It will just validate the point. The first video that he made that the Globers are still using. They are not using TFE. They are using that video that were filmed in during the night, where you don't see anything, where he put those boards with the holes on it and the non-laser, the lamp torch. And when he asked the guy to lift his, I don't believe anything of that, because I didn't see anything. I just heard what they said. Nothing were visible there. It was pitch black. You don't see the guy holding the torch, and you don't see the guy having to lift his hand up above his head.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That. Never mind. That didn't really happen, did it?
It's just Jaren who said it. Just like that, explicitly said, "Oh, he have to lift his head up way above his head."
His hand. I mean, like Geo was there. There were a lot of flat earthers there.
Interesting. We'll just confirm that.
Interesting.
So, no one is using TFE. They are just still using.
No one uses behind the curve, dude. That's so.
Because the documentary hasn't been published yet. That's why.
Old man, no one uses that. I guarantee you that when the TFE documentary comes out, that people will use clips from it.
Believe me, I'm with the guys in the other servers in politics, the 24/7 flat Earth server. Yeah, and there is many guys who are still using behind the curve argument. And I had just one guy the last.
It's a great argument. Somebody measured a 15 degree per hour drift. It doesn't matter how old it is. It happened. It's verified to have happened. And other instruments measure the same thing. So thousands of times the rotation of the Earth has been measured. And flat earthers are like, "Oh, we don't trust their measurements. We're going to do it ourselves." And we measured the same thing. So it's a fantastic Fantastic measurement.
Weak using the same argument.
Yeah, but it's retarded, right? Because like what
I
actually
agree.
happened was it was like in between the globe and flat prediction, and the documentary lies about all of it.
No, it wasn't actually. It was spot on the globe prediction. The math was done wrong. Now, Jaron, so flat earthers think 8 inches per mile squared is the only equation, and they don't know how to use it. They get it wrong. They never use it in the right situation, except for one time. The one time I know of that it was used in the right situation was Jaron using it for the prediction for behind the curve. But he still didn't apply it correctly. And I went over that years ago in a video. The key is you don't go from one side to the other and say, that's how far it should be, because that's not the right way. So the right way to do it, if you remember the video, and it's on my website, mctoon.net/interesting, still there. I go over the math correctly. The low, what you need to look at is the low point, the closest point to the surface of the globe that the path that the light takes. Now, normally, if you have an unrestricted view of something in the distance, that's going to be from you to the horizon, and then from the horizon to the object. And so step one is to determine your distance from the horizon. Be sure to include refraction. And that's non-refraction formula is 1.22 times the distance of the times the observer's height in feet, times it. I quoted that wrong, but anyway, that's the formula. 1.22 times miles. Oh my gosh, I'm not quoting it right. You've probably heard it. And 1.22 is the number that you use if there's no air, but that's rarely the case. And then you use 8 inches per mile squared. Now, that's to the low point, but the low point in the observation that Jaron did was not where the board was, because it was restricted by the location of the height of the camera and the height of the hole in the board. And so the low point is halfway between those two. So where was the board? Well, if it was a 3 mile long observation, and if the board was in the middle at 1.5 miles, I think that's wrong. Doesn't matter. Because I did the math both ways and it matches, because there's a window and a window, because we don't know the specific refraction, and there's a variation in the refraction margin of error. Anyway, so the low point would be at, if it's 1.5 miles from the camera to the board, it's 0.75 miles is that low point. So you do the math twice. You go from the camera to 0.75 miles, and then from 0.75 miles to where the light is, that's where you apply the 8 inches per mile squared. If there's no air, of course there's air, so I think it's 0.6, or so it's 6 inches per mile squared about for that distance. It depends on refractance. So there's, again, a window, and that's the actual number that the globe predicts, and that is when you go from Enrique holding the light at chest level to above his head. That's the difference in about 3 feet. So it does match, but no flat earther. It's always the case. Flat earthers always get the globe prediction wrong. Always. 100% of the time, they get the globe prediction wrong. There is no flat earth falsification attempt of the globe that isn't the globe getting done wrong. Every time. Unfornicated says, wasn't your interesting video also shown on Simon Dan's while he was on vacation? Which one got more views? Just kidding. Yes. On Dan's channel, my video of analysis of Jaron's experiment there is one of Dan's highest watched videos. It's one of my highest watched videos as well. So the Gorn Captain says he don't even cuss, bruh. And Unfornicated Against says, didn't he have a few binge-worthy nights with a bottle in Punta Arenas before flying to Antarctica? Nitsit should try sleeping on an underway aircraft carrier. Yes, he's complaining about not getting sleep, but the guy was blasted drunk every night before we went. And on camera, you can see it. It was on display. And did I read this already? Where Break Free Yita Gain says TFE is about Jaren and his journey. WitSpit's is just luggage. Was just luggage, yes. But if you're doing a 4-part docuseries, I don't know. If I was going to do it, I would choose a theme for each one of the 4. And so one of them, maybe the one that he saw, is the failure, the tragedy. WitSpit's declared that 24-hour sun in Antarctica would be evidence for the globe. Goes there, sees it, doesn't keep his word. Not a flex. Part 1. Part 2, something else. Part 3, something else. Part 4, Jaren. And the happy after it's all done, he escaped and rides off into the sunset. That'd be great. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe not. Oh my gosh, PhD Tony. See, people, Tony knows how to get his comments right here. Tag me, make it good. It says, what we need is a side-by-side comparison of how awesome WitSpit's life is compared to Jaren's. Jaren is still with his wife. Jaren's kid is so cute. Gets to be with his kid. Jaren owns a house. Jaren's wife is with him, right? WitSpit's. Not so good. Not with the mother of his children. Got video posted of him abusing her mentally and physically, putting hands on her, stealing her phone from her as she's trying to call the police. Not good stuff. Having multiple instances of full blown out punching matches, verbal punching matches between him and his ex online. Like, what a mess. Yeah, that's not good. And, oh yeah, he lives with his mommy and daddy. Yeah, there you go. Did that not clear? It did not clear. It's still up there. Why is that still up there? There we go. All right. I had to go back to it. Okay. In the app I wrote, there's a button to display a message, and then you press that same button and it goes away, or you show a different one and it goes away. But I went to a different tab and showed it. It didn't go away. Anyway. Okay. I don't think there's a lot more, but he does talk. He starts getting into claimed lies about what happened.
So, I mean, whatever. I mean, that's old news,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
I know, and I stopped believing in Jaren since that moment. So,
well, that's cool. I mean, I just know Jaren. I know Jaren on a personal level, man. So you can think what you think from the outside. I know him on a more personal level, right? Like, he even agreed to consider refusing to be in it.
No, he didn't.
Even though he flipped. So, I get that a lot of people have conspiracies about Jaren.
Things that did not happen.
I think Jaren puts way too much weight on models and
that's how you do science, Austin.
Tied his understanding of flat Earth to a model, which is not
as you should. You make claims about the geometry, you go test them. If they don't match, you discard that hypothesis.
smart, and
That-
that kind of crumbled.
No, it's Darren could when he were flat when he claimed to be flat earther. He were able to explain the rotation of the stars around center point in the south.
No.
And he were
In the north. Jaron thought that in the south things happened differently than people claimed happened in the south. That's what Jaron thought.
just defending flat earth while some people were using that as an argument against flat earth. So did nothing change when you went with TFE? It's just another star, isn't it? The sun isn't another star among the stars that is doing the same thing as the stars are doing in south. So what changed? You were able to argue against that.
Why are you asking me like I changed my
No,
position?
no. I'm not talking about you. I'm
Austin's getting defensive.
talking about Jaron. I'm not
Yeah,
even
I don't know,
asking.
brother. I mean,
It's in what's
to
happening.
him, the sun's a big deal because it's not the same as another star, because obviously we have daytime on the Earth, right? And people have daytime at certain times. So his whole thing is that if it's moving over top of a flat Earth, it has to get over there to Australia, and it's supposed, and we see it just doing a circle over here. He's like, how does that make any sense? Whatever. Obviously, I don't agree with them, right? Like we already have modeled it out. We've literally modeled it out. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that if you put a dome over a flat Earth and move the light in a circle, that you get a random apparent sun over in the corner along the edge that doesn't circle the opposite direction. And I certainly don't care what Glovers have to say about it because they're retarded. But it does, in fact, make an apparent sun on the outside.
It does.
Rotation.
It doesn't, of course. He's talking about the Hanvey model, which is he has this plastic dome. And in case maybe you're familiar with it, but Joe Hanvey took this plastic dome, put like a thing up at the top, a flat surface at the top on the inside of the dome, invented the term superfluid ceiling. What is that? There's no evidence for that. He just invented it because he needed, which is fine for a hypothesis, right? A hypothesis, you just make up whatever and then you test to see if it makes sense. It doesn't, then you throw it away. But it doesn't, and he kept it. Anyway, and he's like, oh, it forms a reflection on the surface of the dome. Except there's a few problems with that. Reflections are mirrored. We didn't see the sun mirrored. We took pictures with the sunspots. They were not mirrored. And Joe Hanvey's model doesn't show from a camera sitting inside underneath the dome, near the edge of the dome, looking around in circles, seeing the reflection go around in circles like that. That's not what Hanvey showed. What Hanvey showed was a camera on the outside of the dome, looking at the far wall of the dome. And on the far wall of the dome, the sun did this on the far wall. That's not what we saw in Antarctica. We didn't look south and see the sun doing circles, a little oval, as it went around us at a regular rate for 24 hours a day. The elevation matched the globe prediction. The horizontal angle matched the globe prediction. None of it matched the flat Earth prediction. None of it matched what Joe Hanvey's model would require. If it's reflecting off of the dome, think about it. From you to the dome, plus from the dome to the sun, that distance there is less than just from you to the sun. But you can't see from you to the sun because it's too far away. But you can see the farther away one that goes from you to the dome to the sun. How does that work? It doesn't. Idiots cope to say that works. It doesn't. You would see the sun, you would see the reflection, both. The reflection would be reflected. The light would be polarized because it's reflected. The image would be mirrored because it's reflected. It wouldn't be as hot because it's reflected. You couldn't burn paper with it because it's reflected. Jaron burned paper with it at Flat Earth Dave's prompting with a magnifying glass that Flat Earth Dave sent to him, and it burned the paper. It can't be a reflection. Nothing works for Flat Earth. Not one thing. They're so dumb.
And wherever you go along the outside, it follows you.
No, it
And then
doesn't.
If you look at what else Joe Hanvey's modeled, he's modeled the star trails at the equator, the divergence away on both sides of it. He's
No, he
modeled the
didn't.
moon doing the same thing. Modeled
No,
it
he didn't.
converting.
None
He
of
modeled
it.
all of it. And if like it works kind of like a kaleidoscope, you basically explain everything at that point.
No.
If the sky works like a kaleidoscope, then it explains everything because you're going to have a star trail in all directions south, no matter which way you're looking. It's going to follow you.
No, that's not what we saw. We didn't see kaleidoscope. We saw 180 degree mirroring of what happens in the north. The stars rotate around a central point that matches our latitude in an angular elevation. We were at 53 degrees south. It was 53 degrees in angular elevation up. In the north here where I live at 45 degrees, I look north at 45 degrees up. That's the center of rotation. That's exactly what a globe predicts. On flat Earth, a dome would require that the stars move horizontally across the dome. There's, oh gosh.
Wherever you're at, they're all going to see the same thing. It's going to be the central image, distorted, stretched out, projected to the outside. And I mean, I'm not saying that is what happens. I'm just saying like there's a few different explanations.
That is not what happens.
People have like this dual pole idea that they think could happen as well. And like for whatever reason, Jaron went from saying, well, if we do see it, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure it out. And then he went to like, it's a globe. But I think what happened.
He did go to the drawing board. He's like, there's no figuring it out. Austin, a year and a half later, you haven't figured it out. No flat earther has gone to the drawing board and figured it out.
Was everyone that was supposed to have our back. Because the way that we viewed it is like, this is like historic. And since if you go back to like the 50s, America goes there and locks it down. Humans have not really been there that much. We can't privately explore there. We don't.
You can privately explore there, as we discovered in the meal the day before we went. You want to go, flat earthers? You want to go to Antarctica? You want to explore somewhere? It doesn't matter. All this is a red herring. All you need to do is go there for one day and look at the sun due south. Whether or not you can explore doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter if it was locked down or not locked down. It's a lie. You can go there. It was not locked down. But it doesn't matter. None of it changes the fact that we saw the 24-hour circling sun. So everything is moot. But you can. Where do you want to go, flat earthers? Here's your chance. Do you want to go to the South Pole? Do you want to start at the international dateline on the shore of Antarctica and travel straight south to the pole, and then at the pole continue on the prime meridian up to the coast? You can do that. And I know the organization that can help you do it. Antarctic Logistics and Expedition will make that happen if you want to do that. You can freely explore that. The treaty says you can freely explore that. You can't leave your garbage there. You can't be irresponsible enough such that you might die. You need to plan your trip so that you're not likely to die. You're welcome. You need to make sure you have fuel there so that once you've traveled, 100 miles, 200 miles, whatever distance, you have more fuel to load up. So you refuel, keep going, refuel, keep going. And then after you're done, somebody comes and picks up your used stuff, right? All that you can do freely. You can freely do that. You just need to tell everybody else, hey, we're going to do this. And we're going to be responsible adults doing this. We're preparing ourselves so that we won't die. And everybody else will say, go ahead.
Don't have legitimate verifiable evidence of the sun. Either way, it was like this historic thing, right? Where like from 2015 on, we were all like assuming we'd never be able to go there and do that and assumed it wasn't there. And then we actually went, which is pretty epic, right? Like it is pretty epic that flat earthers went there and saw it and figured it out, right? And moved the conversation forward. But instead of it being like, oh, this is cool, we
moved it forward.
We were both just like crucified. And
yeah, but that shouldn't be a reason. That shouldn't be a reason to flip. Like you became a flat earther not because it was popular or the cool thing to do, is because you believed it. So that's pretty weak.
He became a flat earther because he doesn't understand geometry and because he's a contrarian. That's why. That's why flat earthers become flat earthers. Never forget that.
peak to be like, oh, these people freaking were mean to me on the
No, I
internet, so
agree.
now
I
I'm not a
agree.
flat earther anymore, you know?
I agree, but I'm just like trying to reason it out with myself, right? Like from what I saw happen, that's kind of what it went down. So what happened was instead of doing what I did, which was just like stepped away for a little bit and said, like I answered everyone's questions 500 times. They just kept saying I wasn't answering the question, so I just disengaged. He like got in the mud with them, and so then you like introduce like pride of like arguing with people back and forth.
Oh, Austin talking about pride.
No, he flipped while he was in Antarctica. He did not come back, start arguing with people, and then flip.
That's not true because he flipped when we landed. Well, on the flight back, I saw him over in the corner and he had tears in his eyes. This is why like all these people saying like it's a big conspiracy stuff. Jaron was in the corner of the airport. We were waiting on our luggage and I saw his eyes watering and I went over there and made sure no one else could hear
In the airport. He just said in the airport.
us and started talking to him. And he said that he thinks like on the flight that it like hit him. He thinks it is actually a globe. I was like, what? And he was like trying not to cry. So, and he did kind of cry. So like,
Oh, it didn't have anything to do with people being mean to him because he wasn't even back yet, right?
Exactly. Well said, Rusted.
Right? I mean,
no, I agree. Well, what I'm saying is like, I'm just from my experience, he could have still maybe been reasoned with. I don't know, right? But like,
he was reasoned with. That's how he escaped. So here's what happened. I've said it before. The plane on the way down, we didn't have many people on the plane. On the way back, there were more people because there was a group that had gone and climbed Mount Vinton, and they came back to camp while we were there, and then they flew back to Punta Arenas with us on the way back. So it was maybe half filled, maybe a little less than half filled on the way back. And so we couldn't move around as much and talk to each other as much as when we were on the way down. And we were all kind of tired and, you know, so I was sitting up near mid plane. Just a few rows ahead of me was the exit. The exit was kind of in the middle, somewhere in the middle. There's also an exit up front, but the exit that we used was in the middle. And Jaron was farther back. So I didn't see him or talk to him on the flight up there. I was midsection, and Will was across the aisle from me, and we were having a conversation while other people were filtering by. And then Jaron was one of the last people to exit the plane, and he came up. He may have been the last, I don't know. And to Will and I, and he looked at Will and he goes, I could just follow the sun south and get to the South Pole. That's like a globe, something like that. And I'm just like, he got it. He figured it out. And then he kept going, and Will and I are like, awesome. And so yeah, I can confirm that's what he said. And rather than other flat earthers saying, oh, interesting, they attacked him ruthlessly. So there you go.
He like dug his heels in and went against everybody, right? I mean, he was taking subliminal shots at me. I mean, he wouldn't say me by name, right? But he said flat earthers as a whole. He started going, I'm just saying that it didn't help the situation. And I agree with you. That makes no sense to determine your position based on that. And he would probably say he didn't. But like from my experience, like that's kind of what happened, right? Because again, he said before we went, like if we see it, we just got to go back to the drawing board. And then he said multiple times, like I thought that's what we were going to do, but we didn't do that, and I realized it was a cult and blah blah blah. And who knows what the truth there is, right? But I'm just saying that's like my experience. Like he started going back and forth with people, and it became like a war. And there's this other part of it, right, where if he was like so confident and like definitive about the model he believed, if he finds out it's wrong, it's like in his mind, if he then comes up with another model or
so Austin is about to contradict how to do science.
Starts to double and with a different explanation and is proven wrong again. But like that's like a pretty like a humbling thing, maybe humiliating thing. So it's like the safer route in a way to just like default to the majority. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for Jaron, right? Like
he didn't default to the majority. He accepted the results of experiment.
I don't know. To me, it is very perplexing where all of a sudden he starts making all these arguments that he himself has debunked for years, right? I don't get that part, and you know, it is what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, he stopped even being against NASA and admitting that NASA lies. And I saw videos from him showing the proofs that NASA made up many images, many videos. So
I think he still thinks the moon landing was fake, but yeah,
he does accept that the moon landing happened. Jaren definitely does accept that the moon landing happened.
Pro-vax now too.
You got to talk about other people here.
No, I doubt that.
What's going on here? Like, you guys just want to like character assassinate someone who's not here? Or...
No, I would say like peacefully. What's perplexing to me is like if he didn't have a huge emotional response about figuring out that he didn't live on a globe, then why did he have such a huge emotional response going back the other way?
Call him, ask him.
No,
yeah,
I know.
You can't. I don't expect him to answer that.
He was a flat earther for like a decade. He sold hats with that freaking map on it. He like pushed this model for a long time. It was like his identity. And people that aren't like really public like that about it don't fully probably understand. You're basically signing a death warrant for any future professional opportunity. So
yeah,
like to
listen to that. Let's listen again to what Austin just said.
Any future professional, you're basic people that aren't like really public like that about it don't fully probably understand. You're basically signing a death warrant for any future professional opportunity.
Yep, that's what Austin realizes Flat Earth does to you. True, very true. Flat Earth is the ultimate denial of reality. Not the ultimate. There's more. How about it's the first major stop on the other side of denying reality. There are conspiracy theories that don't deny reality. They just require some sort of ridiculous amount of agreement of people doing things that's probably not possible. But Flat Earth denies reality. There's no amount of conspiracy planning of the nameless, faceless they that would make it true. Flat Earth rejects reality. The sun could never set. They can't explain that. What time will the sun set? They don't know. What's the distance between points on the surface of Flat Earth? They don't know. Right? They don't know anything about Flat Earth. It rejects reality. And so it's not the only that rejects reality, but I think it's if you cross over from things that don't violate the laws of physics into things that do violate the laws of physics, Flat Earth is the first major stop there. That, right? And you know, many people don't get past that. There aren't a lot of people that actually think that there are, you know, shape-shifting lizards. Not a lot of people. Right? There's more people that think that Flat Earth than shape-shifting lizards.
So yeah, like to then be on the flight and then to think, wow, I've been wrong this whole time. It would be like humiliating. And it's like, dude, where do I go from here? You can't go back and erase everything off the internet. So it's like, it is kind of an intense thing. And I'm not saying he was like balled up in the corner crying like a baby or anything. I'm just saying his eyes were watering. And so much so I went and asked him what was wrong, you know? And so that's just like what really happened. And I remember being shocked when he said that. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, I think you should just chill. I think maybe you should just be patient, just chill, kind of let everything settle down, think about everything. That was my advice to him. Right? I didn't even think that he was really going to completely go globe at the time. So, I mean, but I knew Jaren beyond Flat Earth at that point.
I was like Dave Weiss too. I never really saw any problems with him, but then he was just shredding Jaren apart. I'm like, come on, man, it's not going to help. It's not going to help like a fellow dude out.
Yeah, they're just behind the scenes drama. And dude, I think all of it's gay. So like, I think all of that's gay. And like, I did my best to bring peace to the situation. People were obviously begging me to like publicly go against Jaren. I didn't do that, but I did set up a debate against him to kind of try to make everyone happy. I didn't I maybe kind of held back on Jaren in the debate, but not really. Like, I debunked everything he said. Like
he did not debunk one thing that he said. All he did was spew out a bunch of fallacies.
Wasn't like as savage as I maybe would be.
Fallacy claims. Like, he listed every fallacy in the book, right? Instead of actually addressing the evidence. He refused to address. He just said, that's all a fallacy.
Some people, I mean, on my first rebuttal, I called out all the fallacies he used. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I held back against Jaren. You don't need some like low level color commentary where you've said it 57 times, please.
According to Bruce McGuire, you were pretty polite about it.
Yeah, I was trying to, because like I have a history with him, right? Like I don't have like hatred towards that guy, regardless of what other people think. Then what I did was freaking I literally hosted a debate on my channel with the guy who claims that he was going to prove I faked it and debated him. You know what I mean? I did everything. I came in here for hours.
That's Dustin Nemos, by the way. He hosted a debate with him and Dustin Nemos. Dustin was his good buddy. Dustin is somebody that taught WitSpit's a whole lot of anti-Semitism. They were good buds. They're anti-Semite bros, and even though I had a falling out with Dustin, he's not given up on the anti-Semitism that Dustin taught him all about.
Hours and hours. I watch people's presentations. I answer people's questions, over and over and over and over and over. And then it became very clear that like there is a group of flat earthers that honestly, they're just not, once they say something publicly, they're not going to walk it back. They're not. They're like they claim the footprints prove we didn't go. They're showing the evidence that isn't true. They'll still say it to this day. Once I realized that was kind of the group I was catering to, I'm like, I'm
You taught them.
not doing this is gay. Right? Like I don't do this for people, whether it's globe or flat. I don't do this for people that are disingenuous. Like I don't care about people like that.
It's like Neil deGrasse.
Oh, you don't do it for people that are disingenuous? Oh, hold on a second here.
Antarctica on a globe Earth model. If somebody were to fly you over that, you would go, all right, it's round.
Yeah. If you can truly verify that you did true north to south circumnavigation over Antarctica and back up, yeah, it's only possible on a globe. I would want to be able to verify where I'm at, of course, but yeah, of course. Same thing if I went and I saw the sun go around me 360 for 24 hours, right? Like I'd be like, okay, this matches the globe. It doesn't match the flat earth.
Oh yeah. Are you going to be consistent?
Grass. He doesn't debate people. He just goes and talks to people. There.
Yeah, I totally don't debate people. You have a good point. I totally don't debate people.
Not anymore. No, I'm
I love how Q-Up is just jabbing at WitSpit's all the time.
talking about TFE.
Let's talk about your epistemology, how you claim that you can only know things through experience. So I'd like to know how you know you're not gay.
Fuck off.
I'm debating
while you were giving
freaking professors, dude.
you were having familial issues as well, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I
you're
actually
giving
stepped away.
everyone time. You're spending hours on Discord and everyone's getting mad at you, and you're like struggling at home.
Yeah.
Oh, are you gonna like make out with him like right in front of us? Like,
Well, no, it's just I heard
You want his
for
number,
a
dude?
year while he
Are you
was gone or
sexually
whatever,
interested?
people were ripping him apart. And anytime I bring up any kind of content from School and Globers or whatever else, it's like oh, open season to make fun of a guy who listens to WitSpit's or whatever.
Yeah, it is embarrassing.
There's just been a year of that kind of back and forth. Everyone hating on WitSpit's for going to Antarctica.
Are you did he go? Are you sure he went?
I will say this, like, there's like
So Q-Up's position is that it was all fake and nobody actually went.
I wanted to ask him a question about it today, and he got really mad after he agreed to answer questions.
That's not what
It was
happened.
an amazing thing.
Dude, what is going on in here? Like, what do you guys have like discussion?
That's not what happened, right? What happened was
totally was.
What?
I
know
anymore.
Stop, bro. Stop. Don't be
Okay.
gated.
So that's
It was
not what
absolutely
happened,
what
right?
happened. You can play the tape.
Stop interrupting.
Yeah, so what happened was I brought up Aries failure, and then, to be fair, I singled you out because I was like one of the Glober names I recognize, and then you agreed to go back and forth with me about it if I would answer.
Remember, Aries failure, which was explained in 1905 with special relativity. The light travels at the speed of light in the medium. Outside of the medium, we're in a different frame. It doesn't appear the same to us. That's fine. Not a problem.
A couple questions about TFE. I said sure, and then once you gave your understanding of Aries failure, which was just riddled with fundamental misunderstandings, and I started to correct it, you
The irony, the entire position of flat earthers when it comes to Aries failure is misunderstandings of it. I messaged Franco today. He's on vacation this week, so he was not sure if he could come on next week to talk about special relativity and Aries failure, but maybe the week after. I don't know. We'll see. If he can't, I'll get somebody that has a good depth in that topic to come on and give a good presentation that has the right background and understanding of it, right? Somebody that's an expert in the field, really.
Cut me off and said, no, okay, now I'm going to ask my question. So you didn't hold up your end, which was to actually go back and forth on the specifics, and then other people jumped in saying retarded stuff about it, and I debated them. Then, it devolved into Brenda debating evolution somehow. No one ran away from anything. What are your questions, man, about TFE?
I would like to talk for as long uninterrupted as WitSpit's just did. What do you think the odds of that happening are?
So you don't have the questions, or you have the questions?
I have the questions. Are you ready to answer them?
I just asked you what they were.
Okay. Well, are you going to answer them?
Yeah.
Okay. So first question, why did you lie about vaping?
I didn't.
So you didn't
I got omnivores going to do this?
I didn't lie about vaping. The first time I was asked directly whether or
Well,
not
you
I had a
admitted you
vapor.
did.
Holy shit, dude. This is what happens, right? This is what retarded people do, frankly, right? Like if you can actually debate me, the last thing you'd have to do is instantaneously censor me. The
I'm
first
not
time I was asked
interrupting you.
directly, I know
That's
I wasn't
not
talking
me.
to you. Okay, dude. The first time I was asked directly.
Q-Up just pokes at him. It's so good. It's so funny.
Whether or not I did have a vape or was vaping was by Geo in this room, and I said yes. And I told him I found a.
Okay, so my recollection, and I don't have any video of this. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, video or audio. But my recollection is that early on, when he was asked about vaping, he said he did not vape. Is that anybody else's recollection? That the very first questions about it was that he said definitely did not. And then when it became apparent that he wasn't going to be able to hide that because there's video of him vaping, then he had to come clean because of it. Okay, so other people are saying 100%. So here's the thing. Yes, he said that. Okay, so here's what we need. We need the first time that he was asked. Whenever that was, wherever that was, we need that. I've got, maybe I have it. I've got too much video to be able to find it. When would that have happened? It would have been right after we got back. Maybe even when we were still in Punta Arenas. So it could have been December 18, 19, 20, somewhere in there. I don't know. It would be really good if we could find that first video. I would love to put that together to just, here it is. So I'll call out to everybody, if you know of that, if you can find that where he did say what we are remembering together, did not vape, where he said that. So you find that, let's get it published and put it together to have a definitive record of what did happen. In either case, it would be good to have a definitive record of what happened. So
vape. I told him everything. I never once lied about vaping. I genuinely did not think that what like the breath that I thought I saw, I didn't think it was the vape. I was just proven correct about that once we released the unedited continuous 360 footage where you can see me on my stream, hit the vape, turn away from the laptop and fully exhale. And that's because I was trying to keep the vape off the camera. I didn't lie about anything.
Yeah, why are Flurf so obsessed with WitSpit's vaping? It's a non-issue. Because it's the thin straw that they're grasping at, because everything has to be fake. For this map to be the map, the whole trip has to be fake. And so if he vaped, then they think that they've proved that it's fake. That's why they're so fixated on it. Right? And WitSpit, if our memory is correct, the reason why he tried to cover it up is he didn't want Kai and his family to know that he vaped. He was trying to cover up that stuff. I don't know why vaping was the thing he tried to cover up. The guy was blasted drunk on Jaren's stream. Like, if you're gonna talk about substance abuse, like getting that blasted drunk, that's the one you wouldn't want to have out there, because it wasn't a good look. Hitting a vape now and then isn't as substance abusey as hitting that alcohol as much as he did.
And the reason, just for the story, because you mentioned that I was the one that asked you, because I think the reason I asked you is because there was all this chatter going on about, did he vape, did you not? And then people were bringing up videos and claiming that it was a vape or not. And then the one you're talking about in the video as when you're live streaming. So it was just sort of this like bumbling rumor kind of thing. And then I think when you were in here, I was just like, oh, I'll just
what we did, remember,
ask you
we
directly.
went and yeah, because we went and looked at, remember we went and looked at like some of the footage, and then I went inside right before that, and I'm like, oh yeah, so I went inside, I drank like the water they have in there, which was just hot water, and when you drink hot water there, you can see your breath for a few minutes after. So like I genuinely just believe that's what it was. I didn't even remember that I had hit the vape before it, right? Because it's like, bro, we're talking about so many hours with so little sleep where like it's just daytime all the time. I didn't remember when I did or didn't hit a vape, whatever, right? But once the footage came out, I'm like, oh, okay, I did hit a vape. Right. So like me not remembering the exact moments I hit a vape over the course of like 72 hours is not synonymous with me lying. And yeah, you ended up asking, because I guess there were other parts that it was shown that I hit a vape or people saw me hitting a vape or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I did have one. But this idea that I would have faked my breath is retarded, right? Because we saw our breaths at times. Like when you went to the shadows, there are live streams up still right now. When we went to the shadow of the shed, you could see everyone's breath. I actually called Jaren over there and said,
that's why this whole thing is definitely a non-issue. If you can see people's breath, then all the vaping doesn't matter. They haven't looked. They did what flat earthers do. They start with the pre-selected conclusion. They discover something that they think supports their pre-selected conclusion, and then they short circuit everything else. They don't look at any other evidence. They stop investigating. Done. It's all proven. That's it.
well, I can see my breath right now, because he had just said on his stream, you can't see your breath. I said, I can see it over here. He came over there and showed my breath. So like, why would I fake my breath, right? It doesn't even make any sense.
What's your next question, Omnivore?
Yeah, the next question was, how do you feel that the same rigor and techniques that you applied to NASA were applied to the videos from the final experiment, and they concluded you never went, that you faked?
How'd you feel about it? How'd you feel about it?
Yeah, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well,
so this is fantastic. Austin taught them how to watch video and find things that you don't understand in the video, and then conclude that it was faked. For example, Austin has a video where he's watching in the ISS them holding a blow up like a beach ball, like a larger globe that was up there, and the guy's holding it under his arm, and they're talking about stuff, right? And he's holding it, and then it slips out from his arm. So arm against skin, friction against shirt, less friction, so it squishes down, or gets pressed down. Austin watches that where it goes off screen. He's like, oh, that was gravity. Like, never mind the other people that have a necklace floating, the things behind them floating, the hair floating, right? All these other things floating. Never mind all that. The one thing, right? This is the straw grasp. And he taught them to do that. Number one. Number two, he also taught them to not watch the video through to the end. Don't continue watching. If you do watch that video, you know what happens to that balloon? Not balloon, the beach ball? It comes back up. So it hit the floor of the ISS, and WitSpit's stops watching. Flat Earthers cut the video. But if you continue the rest of the video, it keeps coming up slowly, just rotating, coming up, and you see it in the camera. You didn't watch that. They stopped as soon as they got the confirmation. They weren't looking for truth. And that's what he taught them to do, and that's exactly what they did to him. Now listen to him lie about it as his cope.
Well, I would take contention with your characterization, because you can just claim that it's the same, but it's not, because for years what I've done is shown the compilations of claimed fakery of NASA, and there's been multiple different things. I'm like, well, here's their explanation for that. Actually, I don't think that's definitive. I don't think that's good. And
that's exactly what all the flat earthers did to your stuff, Austin. You said that's not what that's not what he did, and then you're just describing what they did to you. Oh, it's so glorious.
Different ones I say that is good. So the fundamental difference there is when there's a legitimate explanation or evidence presented, and then you just continue to say it anyway. That's whenever.
Oh yeah, like when the the beach ball comes back up into the screen. Or when they're twisting the nut and they press it and it shoots down because they pressed it down. That makes sense because that's what happens. But no. The legitimate explanation that was provided, he didn't want to take when it's ISS. But when it's him in Antarctica and there's a legitimate explanation, well, then you better take it. No, Austin, that's the double standard.
You veer off from anything I've ever done. It isn't the same. And if anyone's being honest, if someone does fake something in a studio, whatever, you're kind of limited to having to look at the footage that they gave you and figure out if there are discrepancies. I don't really have a problem with anyone doing that with every second of the Antarctica footage, right? My issue is once it's explained, once the evidence is shown, and that claim is shown to not be true, and then you just keep saying it anyway, right? Like that's
what flat earthers do with the ISS. Austin, you taught them that.
That's the people I have beef with. And it's not the same. It's not the same at all. Like someone dropping something that free falls that's supposedly in 0G on the ISS isn't the same as someone claiming that there aren't footprints when you can zoom in and see footprints.
So my question was 7 seconds or less, and Witch's answer was 1 minute and 11 seconds. So
Dude, you're so
I think
gay,
I think
dude.
that would be useful for people to realize that if you're talking about a greater than 10-to-1 question to answer time with somebody,
all right.
Right. Well, then of course,
are we having a
questions for me?
What do you think that? That's a little strange, Gio.
To go back and forth about it, you said you had 2 questions. I answered your questions. You didn't engage with anything I said in good faith because you're not.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hear more about that. Oh, I had 2. No, oh, no.
Thank God.
I was waiting for that.
Anyway, so yeah,
they kicked him.
I don't know what your guys' like initial take on that is, right? Like I'm kind of going back and forth on it about being in it. It looks like they're going to try to put me in it regardless, because if they said they were going to take me, yeah, you think so?
I think Gio's point was good. Like if they don't put you in it, it's almost more publicity towards your side, and if they do,
no, it's not. You don't exist, Austin.
Put you in it, then they should allow you to have some kind of a closing, which is also awesome.
Yeah, the Gorn captain, the guy was obsessed with question-answer time ratios. And that was Omnivore, a Glober. I didn't think he needed to be obsessed with that, and that's why I skipped past it. That argument that he had there was kind of dumb. You ask a guy a question, you expect a longer answer. That's what happens.
I don't think you lose either way.
Well, check it out. So if they put
don't sign shit.
I'm not going to sign anything, but if they put me in it, well, I signed an NDA to see it, right? But whatever. If they put me in it, like I've seen what it is as of now. And then they've offered to have me give a final like update take, right? Like on a Zoom or whatever. And like say that I don't agree. Because so right now they're honoring the final edit, right? Meaning that they came to me in person, they showed me private viewing, they asked me if I have feedback or something I don't like. Stands to reason that if I say, yo, take this out, that they will, right? They asked me to keep up with the parts I wanted to change. They're offering to let me put me in the middle. At that point, they've honored the final edit. But based on kind of the fact that I'm even in it right now, they're kind of saying without saying, even if I don't agree, they're going to try to put me in it. Right?
No, nobody's saying that.
Right? Because now here's the threat with being uncooperative and saying, yo, you can't put me in it. I don't approve this final edit. And them doing it anyway. And then me suing them. The risk with that is, well, if they're going to go down that road anyway, then they may make it like a hit piece.
My gosh,
there is
so obsessed with himself.
Stuff, that NDA between you and them, which is actually forbidding you telling us stuff about your trip over there.
Isn't it already a hit piece?
No?
No, the NDA was just not to talk about what the thing was about, mostly, right? And then, if it's already...
Yeah, the NDA is to not discuss the contents of the documentary, whatever portion of the documentary he was shown. So to review, Mark drove to Austin. They both live in Tennessee. Mark drove to Austin's place, showed him the video, probably because they didn't want him to have a digital copy of it, and then made him sign an NDA before watching it. So that was the point.
Already a hit piece, then whatever.
It's not
like
really, it's not a hit piece like that. That's what I'm saying. Like everything that I'm in, I'm like not being misrepresented in it. I mean, there's like a couple things that like you could take attention with, like where if they put in a moment from like a debate between McToon and I from a while back, they cut it off, and right where they cut it off is where like you get more of the full explanation or whatever. But it's like it's not like a hit piece like that, right? Like they show what my actual position is, they show my interview, they show what I say about it, they show that I said it
Yeah,
doesn't prove a globe, etc. Like it's not like a behind the curve
I
hit piece or
understood.
anything like that.
I understood. Thank you.
Here's another thought from an outside perspective too. Like you when you stream, you do long streams, which is awesome for a lot of people. Like there's go public with long
Jump it a little bit.
live
This
or
dumb.
whatever. Like nothing crazy. People who are
Like, I'm definitely going to be present, right? Like, all happens that streaming tomorrow, and I'm having Alan on, and then I'm going to stream consistently from there.
Okay.
am streaming.
Okay, so he's saying this is on Sunday. He's saying I'm streaming tomorrow.
Tomorrow, and I'm having Alan on, and then I'm going to stream consistently from there. I got the.
Okay, so he did not stream yesterday. He did stream tonight with Alan. Right. And he's saying this is, you know, the 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th time since returning from Antarctica where he's going to start streaming every day or regularly or whatever. Of course he won't. But you know, because honestly, it's difficult to have some content that's worthwhile to watch on a regular basis like that. I plan for 2 a week. Sometimes I get more if there's something else going on, but I plan for 2 a week. And sometimes I'm like, what I need to do something that's worthwhile for people to come watch, right? There's 474 of you here right now watching live. And I feel like I have this responsibility that I feel I need to make something that's worthwhile for you to watch. I don't, you know, to just have some me just talking and then having a panel of a bunch of people and we all just talk amongst ourselves, like that's not interesting. Flat earthers think that's awesome. It's not. It's boring as can be. Roger Ledwell I mean, it's interesting to watch idiots be idiots. And that's why watching WitSpit's in amongst the echo chamber of idiocy has some value at times. But if I did that every day, oh my gosh, you'd be like, nah, not again. So I try to mix it up. So in his defense, it's a challenge to have something meaningful to do on a regular basis like that. And I'll say this, Austin does try to have something meaningful when he does a live stream. He does. He prepares something. It's usually him being dumb, but showcasing him being dumb is his show. That's what he does. And having a gigantic ego, right? That's his show, right? But it's tough to have something meaningful. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to have, if this is going to be the 8th time where he doesn't do something regularly, or is it going to be when he does something regularly? I don't know. He does have a problem with follow through, of course. If you heard some of the showdowns between him and Kai, that was one of her beefs with him. All right, there is, I think he gets into the luggage a little more here in a bit.
I bought all the stuff to make sure that my internet's plugged directly in, blah, blah, blah. So like I will be streaming consistently starting tomorrow anyway. And I've gotten everything else situated where there's nothing that can happen that'll make me step away. So like I'll be.
Yes, Max, my phantom mole is back, or as other people call it, acne.
Present regardless of the length of my streams or burnouts or anything like that. But like I will just explain, right? The NDA, clearly what they're worried about, right? Like they came to me in person. They didn't send me anything to view it, right? They came to me in person and played it where I don't possess it. What they're worried about obviously is me like sharing it. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to avoid me like getting out in front of it and sharing it or explaining it, telling everything about it or whatever, which is pretty reasonable. All right, that's a pretty reasonable thing. And like when I signed the NDA, it's not like a standard NDA where you can't say anything. It's like specific to the film, and then like anything that I'm specifically asked not to share about it, like the film itself. That's what the NDA says. Right, because I read all the way through it, right? I'm pretty good at understanding.
So basically, I asked McToon, did he see any experiments going down there, right? Assuming this NDA, like even if you did, you wouldn't be able to talk about it, right?
I don't know why. That's Gakushi mentioned me asking if I saw any experiments. When I did experiments when I was there. Austin did no experiments when he was there. I documented them. I have them. I have the results of them written down in my notebook here, my journal. And I put photos of this around. I've documented the results. You know, I could do more in-depth coverage of the experiments. Sure, certainly could do that. But yes, there are lots of experiments. I don't know why he mentioned me. If I had seen experiments, of course I did.
No, that's what I'm explaining. The NDA has nothing to do with the trip. I can say whatever I want to about the whole trip. The NDA is about my private viewing of the film.
Okay, so did you see anything weird down there when you were there, or any experiments that were going on, or anything?
No, brother, they took us to a place where like private citizens are allowed to go, right? And they had like.
Oh, hold on. What did he say?
There, or any experiments that were going on, or anything?
NDA is about my private viewing of the film.
Okay, so did you see anything weird down there when you were there, or any experiments that were going on, or anything?
Anything weird or any experiments? Of course he saw experiments. We were doing experiments. It's all on video. Everybody's seen these videos. There's no lack of the videos of the experiments we did. Was there anything weird? No. It's snow and ice and mountains without trees or any sort of foliage and zero animals. That's what's there.
No, brother, they took us to a place where like private citizens are allowed to go, right? And they had like red flags everywhere where you had to stay where you were. And by the way, you would have died if you didn't anyway. So like anything sketchy going on in Antarctica wouldn't have been anywhere close to us. And then when we flew in, we went over the peninsula. We didn't even get to go over like the ice shelf portion. So we
didn't get to go over the ice shelf. I don't know why going over the ice shelf would be a thing, but we took the short route, not the long route.
Weird. I mean, I saw like perfect pyramids there. If someone was,
oh, you saw perfect pyramids.
Tell me how that works, right? I mean, there were like mountains that looked like perfect pyramids that you could see on the flight in there. Other than that, it was like really dry. It was really, really quiet. You could see super far. It was really calm. It was just like desolate.
Perfect pyramids, he said. Now he says a little more about experiments or about pyramids. I'm going to cue something up here. Let me see, make sure it loads correctly. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So let's go back to, because he says a little bit more about the pyramids, and it's important to get the rest of the context before I show you.
And super, super bright.
Yeah, could you do a voice changer?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask.
Oh yeah, he said it's super calm. Also, he said it's super windy.
If you could do a voice changer on the interview and no video with the travel agent or whatever, that would be so sick.
Oh yeah, it could. I mean, obviously, like McToon's already showed his cards that he's super emotional about that and would try.
Well, Austin, all right, so you know, when we were at that meal before, I would love for this. I would love for Austin to publish this. Please publish this. It basically came down to, it's not the travel agent, it's one of the people from ALE who knows the details, has worked for ALE for years, and personally knows the people that go to Antarctica, because she's one of the main contacts with them. So when Mr. Beast went, she would have been one of the people likely that was in the Punta Arenas area, telling them what to do, talking to them every day. Here's what you need to do. Here's what you expect. Here's what time to be there. Right? That's what she does. If there's famous people or wealthy people or millionaires or whoever that's going to go there, she's one of the several contacts. When somebody does an expedition down there to walk across or bike across or snowshoe across or cartwheel across Antarctica, she's one of the people that helps in that facilitation. So she knows these people and she knows what's necessary. She knows the processes that have to happen. She knows, if you're going to drive a car from here to here, you need to have fuel at different stops along the way. She knows all this stuff. She knows the rules about it for their company, and that the the companies that do tourism in Antarctica have a consortium that they have created amongst themselves to help themselves do the right thing and to not pollute and to keep each other accountable. And she also knows the specific rules of the Antarctic Treaty, specifically don't litter. She knows all that. She had a conversation with Austin, who was pontificating about how there's no free travel, no public, no private, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, you can go. You just need to make sure this. Well, that means you can't go. No, it means you just need to do it the right way. You can go. And that was being recorded by Lisbeth, that conversation. And then Kati's her name. Kati looked at Lisbeth's recording and said, I didn't give you permission to record. And Lisbeth is like, I'm sorry, and stops it. Austin has stated that he recorded it and didn't delete it, still has it. I would love for that to be public, because that was Austin getting demolished in a debate with somebody that knows deeply all the details about Antarctica and what it takes to visit. And Austin was not supposed to record it. He knows he wasn't supposed to record it, but like I said, please publish it. Would show, number one, how much of an absolute douchebag you are, because you were told, well, not directly, but you watched Lisbeth get told she did not have permission to record, and you kept recording. And you told people that you recorded it. Oh, what an asshole you are. Oh, what an asshole, Austin. You were told not to do it, and you did it. Oh, what a great flex that you have right there. All right, anyway, let's keep going on. The perfect pyramids.
Try to do something, but I already have like a defamation suit lined up ready to go against him. So if he does anything to me, I'm just gonna like rinse him, to be honest. So yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna rinse me. Yeah, you go ahead, Austin. That'll be funny. A defamation suit, one of the hardest suits to win. for telling the truth about you. Oh, you lied about me. You made my feelings hurt.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I thought about different things, like should I, because like even if I were to say, oh, patrons can watch, it's the same thing, right? Like people can rip it, show it. It is kind of tricky because the consent laws are different there. Like it's not like America, right? Like there's a few.
He's talking about legality. Listen to this. Listen. She asked you not to record. You being the plural, the people, right? Specifically to Lisbeth, but you heard. You don't need to worry about laws. You probably could post it and not get sued, because Kati will never know what happens. If she did know what happens, she would have to take action against you. Is she going to? Probably not. I'm sure she doesn't have enough concern. And if she had enough concern, does she have the money to file suit against you in the United States? Because you're not in Chile, where she lives. So, and you're never going to be there again because you're... she would have to file suit in the United States against you for that. That's not going to happen. You could post it without any legal concerns. You could not post it for moral concerns. That's the thing. Don't talk about the legality of posting it. Talk about the morality of posting it. She didn't want it recorded and you recorded. And you know what? Posting or not, you have admitted to the lack of morality already. That's the key. She didn't want it recorded. You recorded. You told people you recorded. You're a jerk. That's it.
Two-party consent states in America, but if you're in public, you have no expectation of privacy. It's not like that in other countries. You know,
it was South America, right?
Oh, he doesn't know what country we were in. Watch.
It was Argentina, right? Yeah.
It was Chile. It was Argentina, guys. We were in Argentina.
Wait, no.
Did you look into any of the laws down there?
Yeah, I think it's
I would think video and voice changing and taking all the names out would make it somewhat. I mean, obviously, if there was anything interesting in there,
she's not going to sue.
On the other side would claim that it's not real, but that doesn't matter. It's just for some of us here that are interested.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably do that. I will say
Post it, Austin. Post it.
normally what will happen is like as an American, you can do what you want.
No, but that's a good point. They could still put you out there, but just change your voice and put a black thing over your face and go, this flat earther didn't want to be identified, but blah blah blah, and still put it out, and
The
you wouldn't be in it.
The contract prevents anything like that.
Oh, okay, all right.
Like literally, they can't use any audio.
Yeah. Never mind Austin recording against Kati's wishes. No, never mind that. Let's talk about whether or not Austin's legally adept contract can be followed. That's what really matters. Austin, you recorded her without her consent, and you dare talk about in the same conversation, one sentence away, about somebody else recording you without your consent. Oh my gosh, the humility, the absolute humility. You're so humble.
Or video that I'm in at all in any format. It literally worded like that. I mean, we thought of like everything, like on a schizophrenic level. We thought about everything, and like even like them trying to vaccinate us and all this stuff, right? To leave different countries. Like
on a schizophrenic level, you saw the contract. It's not that schizophrenic. It's not that big. It's pretty sparse.
The contract's kind of crazy. It's like super
I thought
one-sided.
it was bad to be a schizophrenic.
I'm
just fucking with you. Calm down. Keep going.
No, I was trying to think of something witty to say. Yeah, so
he's never had anything witty to say. Again, here's the contract. Look how detailed it is. It's so incredibly detailed and schizophrenic. 3 pages. That's it. 3 pages. So schizophrenic. You really thought of everything, Austin. You so smart.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I will say the way I actually interpret this is that they're kind of desperate in a desperate situation.
No.
They've taken this long to edit everything.
No.
And they've invested all this money, and like they know that they need me in it.
No.
So
you don't.
If they didn't need me in it, I wouldn't be in it.
You don't need to be in it. Let me just say this. If my ideal world, I don't get to choose this. I don't get this kind of input. My ideal world, Austin's never in it. Never once. Even edit out any time that his name is mentioned. Just make it so like there were only 3 flat earthers that went. Right? Not saying there was only 3, but having him just, there 4 flat earthers went. Well, Jonathan is already not on camera much. Right? So he's already a ghost flat earther, sort of, right? He's not on camera, essentially. He's on a little bit, but he was behind the camera. But just edit it out so he's not even there. He doesn't even exist. It's Jaren. He's the main guy. Lisbeth is number 2. That's it. That would be, I think, a fantastic scenario. We don't need you, Austin. Nobody needs you. The victory is Jaren escaping. Right? And you're just the no-name whatever other guy that was necessary to bring along so that Jaren was there. The victor. That's fine. I would love that to be it. I don't know. I don't know what it was that you saw. I don't know whether it's good or bad. I don't know what kind of, I know nothing about it, but that's what I would pick. Like, oh, Will got triggered that I said this, and then she just got mad and said, take him out. No. Oh my gosh. Why did that voice make me cough? Anyway, that would be mine. I'd love that. It'd be hilarious.
This is the way it is. Like, so like they've clearly probably tried to edit it with it, because I will say Jonathan texted me after I told him, after I saw the trailer, and I told him like, look, I'm just gonna go, and I told him this because I respect Jonathan. I didn't want him to edit a whole film and it'd be a waste, right? So I told him from the jump, I'm like, look, like if it was just the other people that have lied about me and to me all these years, I'd be like, I wouldn't care. I'd let them do whatever and waste all their time. But Jonathan, from my experience, is real. He's like authentic, and people can agree or disagree, whatever. That's my opinion. So like I told him from the jump, I'm like, look, dude, I'm just gonna
go ahead and tell you, right? Like if this is, you know, the truth, what Duffy's asking you to make, if it's going to be framed, because the trailer seems to see this is how it's going to be framed. If it's going to be framed like we all agree that this was going to be so historic because it definitively proved one way or the other, I'm not going to be in it. Like that's not what I agreed to. I don't think that. I made that clear the whole time. I'm not going to be misrepresented, and I'm not going to.
Of course, you don't think it was final, even though you said previously that it would be final. Of course you don't. But the name of the whole project is the final experiment. It's in the title. So the title's not going to change.
Go along with it. And then they took me out. Duffy got pissed, took me out, said, we're just not going to put him in it at all. He actually texted me about, or he texted Jonathan. Jonathan texted me. And Jonathan was saying, like, I really want to put you in it. I really hope there's some way that we can work something out. He was basically telling me, like,
sounds to me like Jonathan wanted Austin in it, and we don't know if Will did or not. That's what it sounds to me like. Like Jonathan, maybe Jonathan was saying, I have this idea, this story, this arc that includes Austin. Will, I think you need to reconsider whether or not Austin is in a major part or not, or whatever. This is what I'm hearing in the conversation outside of the ginormous ego speaking.
Dude, if I can't use anything with you in it, I'm kind of cooked. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, well, you know, sorry.
Yeah, I had a revelation. I just had a revelation. They didn't kill Kirk because he started going against the Jews. They killed Kirk because they didn't want you to interview with Candace Owens.
Wow. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. All right. Do I need to unpack that? Of course, when somebody gets tragically shot, it was fake to them, right? Everything has to be fake. And it was a setup and stuff like that. So if you followed at all some of the stuff after Charlie Kirk's event, Candace Owens, who used to be like in that group, that I don't know what group of people, like Charlie Kirk was in that group, and they kind of were, you know, did stuff, had kind of similar positions. Candace Owens went nuts, and Candace Owens's producer, Mark, was one of the people on the trip. Now, he's not employed by her organization anymore, but this guy, Moto Pops, is proposing that they wanted Candace to go nuts so that she wouldn't have Austin on, and they did that. And in order to make her go nuts, they orchestrated to have Charlie Kirk done, right? This guy's he thinks that a group of people sat around, you know, obviously of a certain Israeli origin, because it's always them, right? They're sitting around a table. They're like, oh, how do we stop Austin from getting the truth of flat Earth out? Well, he's going to go on Candace Owens' show. Well, how do we stop that from happening? We got to make her go nuts. Well, how do we make her go nuts and lose all credibility? Well, why? Hear me out, guys. Let's orchestrate Charlie Kirk event, and then she'll go nuts on that and lose all credibility. And then WitSpit's won't go on Candace, and even if he does, it won't matter because she's nuts. Seriously, that's what this guy just proposed. That's really what he just proposed. Does he pull that back? I don't remember.
That's kind of
they're like, wait, no, I'm just, obviously it's a joke, but come on.
But of course, that did take precedent over everything once that happened. But
that did take what it happened. It happened in September of 25, right? So 9 months after TFE, right? Not related.
no, yeah, I can't. I'm not going to say much about what I know about that because
You don't know anything about that.
So the guy made me think of that because the videographer was her friend, right?
It was her director, yeah. No, the person that's actually making the film was unrelated to her, but her director went on her behalf. So.
Were you able to go outside?
Yeah,
How often?
whenever you wanted.
I
I mean,
see.
technically they said
And
there's like hours, but I mean, I walked out whenever I wanted.
They're so conspiratorial.
And did you have like your own camera or phone so you can record?
Yeah.
Well, where has this guy been? He's been under a rock.
Right.
Did you video recorded outside a lot?
Not as much as other people, but a decent amount. I mean, I dropped like all my GoPro footage, all my videos on my phone and stuff as soon as I got back.
He live streamed one night here.
You video recorded the way you wanted and not the way they instructed you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, that was in the contract. I could do whatever I want.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
I wrote
it was in the contract. No, oh my gosh, the contract you had with Will had nothing to do with ALE, with the shadow government and the government stopping you from doing what you want in Antarctica. Austin just can't avoid taking an opportunity to talk about how awesome the contract is that he wrote.
The contract,
Then
yeah.
I hope. Will you post these videos?
Yeah, I've posted the videos I made already. It's in my Telegram.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
And I did come in Discord.
Icy Spin says, pretty sure this is the guy that was trying to debunk a fake World Cup opening ceremony to me live on EA one day. Could be. This guy sounds dumb.
At one point, once I got on the internet and I shared my video and I said, guys, tell me what you want me to do or what you want me to show you. It's kind of underwhelming, right? Because it's like Antarctica is mystified and reasonably so. But when you're there, it's like there's really nothing there, bro. Right? Like it's really pretty. It's really quiet.
Okay. Candace now caters to people that used to like Alex Jones. Yeah, I think she's filled that void. Qued Wasp says Candace was always nuts. Yeah. Huge R says Candace Owens didn't go nuts. She already was. And I think you're right. Blackburn Big Dragon says Candace had gone nuts long before TFE. Horace View says Owens scientific value opinion : space is gay and fake. So let me, whatever it was that was like she was just kind of matching that particular political ideology pretty well. And then she struck out on her own and then progressively got more nutso. So whatever it was, that was the people, the sounding board, the people that were around her that she fed off of and interacted with. Crazy stuff if you want, but it was within a certain genre of political talk. As far as I know, like I can name a few of the people. I think I'm not super familiar with it, but then she struck out on her own, right? This is as I understand it. And then when she didn't have these people around her that were maybe helping her like not be so nutso, not veer off into crazy land, she veered off into crazy land, and probably because she's having some success, she probably was just surrounded by yes men, people just saying yep, do that, and not having the critical responses that somebody else that doesn't need need to please you, right? If her staff needs to please her, they know that in order to stay employed, they need to please her. And but the other people that were her peers didn't need to, and they would critique her and help her to not go nuts. Well, now she doesn't have that anymore. She's like, oh, what if I do one on this? People like, that's a great idea. I think you should totally do that. So, agreed. She was always nuts, but something was keeping her from veering off the road. Now that's gone. So, she never lasted anywhere. They got rid of her. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Did she go non-true MP? Calder says, I don't know. She knows what she's doing. She saw an audience and went for it. That could be like there's an audience of Alex Jones nutters that are being unserved by nuttery. Go claim the nuttery. Okay. That is what seemed to have happened. I'll leave that. I'm not going to read that though. The one you just. I'm not comfortable with that one there. That's right. Be a little more vague if you could. Anyway.
It's like it's super bright and weird, but like it's not like there's a lot of stuff to show you. And obviously, in hindsight, if I had known that we'd be able to bring like as many bags as we wanted or whatever, then I would have brought probably a really strong laser.
A really strong laser. Okay, we could bring as many bags as we wanted, and he would have brought a laser. What would he have done with a laser? This is what's confusing, because the flat earthers in the Discord servers don't seem to get this. They're like, how come you didn't do a long distance sight test? Because we were on land. That land was made of frozen water, but it was land. Just like dirt. It doesn't matter. How far should you see? Well, you need an accurate topography between you and the other side. So you need to have some surveys have been done. We didn't have any surveys done. We didn't know the topography. So what are you going to do with a laser in Antarctica? What would you have done? He doesn't know. No flat earther knows what experiment to do in Antarctica. None. If you had a big budget, what experiment would you do in Antarctica? I'd bring a really big laser, and I'd bring a gyroscope. I'd bring a gyroscope from the oh yeah, somebody mentioned it. No, there it is. Truth Nerd says, WitSpit's suggesting you go to the thrift store and put Uranus and buy a gyro compass will never be not funny. If he had unlimited budget, would he bring with him a gyro compass? What would he do with the gyro compass? You don't know. What would you do with it? It'd spin up and it would say that way's north. Oh. Okay. Now what? Don't know. That's it. Okay. Well, we already knew which way was north. We tested which way was north. We tested identifying north and south in Punta Arenas using a GPS. And then we tested if our north direction using a GPS was correct by looking at the direction of a shadow at local solar noon, and it lined up with the same line. So we tested using technology and we tested using nature, and they agreed. So a gyro compass would do what? It would tell you the same thing. Which way's north? What would you do with a laser? You don't know. But listen to the derp he's about to say.
I would have brought things for different tests or whatever, because it was like insanely flat, insanely clear, right?
It was not insanely flat. We could not see our camp from halfway point. There was topography in the way. Was it the curve of the earth? Probably not, because there was topography. It's just dirt made of frozen water. There's hills and valleys. They're not giant. But there's hills and valleys. Like, oh, they're like, you didn't do a laser test. What is laser test? Oh my gosh.
Like no humidity. And so it's like really perfect conditions for a long distance test. But like we were told specifically we could only bring the one bag. And my bag, like I had to sit on it could barely get it zipped.
Okay. So there is a blatant lie. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to bring the receipts, as they say. The perfect pyramids.
Hey, Mark.
All right, hold on a second. Let me show you the perfect pyramids first. He said multiple pyramids. He'll say it later. He'll say multiple pyramids later. But here it is. Here is pyramids in South Pole is what it's called. This is as far in as I can zoom. And that's it. That's the pyramid. It's not a perfect pyramid. It's an approximate pyramid shaped mountain. Now this isn't unusual. This isn't a problem. The Matterhorn in the Alps has a similar face on it, a flat face formed that way because of wind and erosion. Now, how far was it from us? There is one, exactly one that we saw. And yeah, there's a picture of it there, right, from far off. It looks pyramidish, but how far was it from where we were? Well, not far at all, in fact. So down here is the red pin, right? And over here is Union Glacier Station. This is the blue ice runway we landed on. You can see right here. That's this. And over here is where we right like right here. And there's not right. Okay, here it is. Here's some tents. You can see this probably would be the Chilean military tents, though I don't know what year that was. But this is the vicinity right in here. If it was the right time of year, you'd see the camp right there. So this is Mount Rossman right here. This is Mount Rossman. And we were like right up in this vicinity here, right? That's where we were. And you can see, look, there's ridges in the snow. It wasn't flat. There's ridges all over the place. And this mountain here was distant. It was not close. So that's where we were, right? And so there's the mountain, the Pyramid Mountain. Now, we asked about flying around there. When we did the little fly around that we did, we took off from like, right about here, and we did a big figure 8 around where these high quality pictures. This is it. This is the whole area that we flew around in a figure 8. That was it. That was our whole flight. That was, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes. That was it. We'd asked about flying down to see this, and it was too expensive. So Will did not choose to do that. There you go. That's the pyramid. Now to the claims he said about.
Hey, Mark.
About luggage.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, man.
All right, I gotta get the right time.
Eric B. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Will.
All right.
All right.
Oh, you got a minute.
Okay, 10:50 is where I need to jump to, where we talk about luggage. And I'll play it a little faster.
Those through ALE. And then I want to talk about luggage. This is a big one. So, number one, your carry-on should be a backpack.
Now, while we're here, look at his eyes. This is on my channel. It's called TFE Pre-Trip Meeting 2. It's on Conspiracy Tunes. You can go watch it. Nothing hidden here. He's asleep.
They pretty much require that. You only get one carry-on, and it needs to be a backpack so that you can travel, around camp easily with your stuff, so you can wear it as you get off the plane, etc. So make sure you guys have a good, solid kind of outdoor backpack as your carry-on. Now, for your main luggage, they recommend using a duffel. So this is the one I have. It's a North Face base camp duffel. So it needs to be, pretty heavy duty and resilient. Their big thing is
he's completely unconscious there. Look at that. We're talking about luggage. He's like, they didn't tell us about luggage. You were sleeping.
Is people show up with traditional luggage, which has wheels and is like the hard material. Wheels are going to do you no good out there. There's no sidewalks or roads or anything like that. It's just snow and ice. And then the hard material would probably crack very easily with the cold. So that's what you have. Now, there is one problem, which really stinks. ALE recommended that you get either a large or an extra large duffel. I'm a bit of a detail guy and a bit of a researcher. And
all right, I'm going to jump a little bit. This isn't important.
So I were thinking about it, and on a one, though, that's not a risk I was willing to take. So in the XL. Now, you should definitely get everything out and pack it. Some things to remember. If you are bringing power banks and lithium ion type battery stuff, that has to go into your carry-on. You can't bring that. You can't put that into your checked luggage. So it's going to be a good idea to pack everything as you will pack it to go on the trip to make sure everything fits, and then also to weigh it to make sure that your big bag is not going to be overweight. Now, there is a solution if somebody's like, I need more space. I personally would not recommend this, but if you need more space, I'll tell you why I don't recommend it after I tell you what the solution is. If you need more space, you're allowed to bring a traditional, huge, rolling luggage that you would normally check on a trip, flying somewhere. But the problem is you got to leave it in Punta. So what you can do if you really need to is you can pack stuff into there, which means you put your Antarctica luggage inside of that big bag. And then once you get to Punta, you have to take that bag out, put the stuff you're taking to Antarctica, and then leave the rest of your stuff in Punta in your suitcase at the hotel. I don't see why you would have stuff that you're taking on the trip that you're not going to.
So he doesn't actually fall off the chair. That fall off the chair was not real.
Take to Antarctica. So I personally don't think that's a good solution, but if you want to, you can do that. Just remember, everything that's required to go to Antarctica has to get into that duffel type bag, which they'll load onto the plane for us in Chile. So I think that's it on all the gear.
So for reference, everything I brought, I got into that bag. I brought two. Do I have one here? Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. I brought two of these. This is one of the ones that I brought right here. So this has a bunch of stuff that I brought, like connectors and adapters and GoPro adapters and all sorts of stuff. A dual GoPro extender. I brought this, a tripod, an iPhone or a camera mount for, not a camera mount, a mount for phones, right? It's got a 1/4-20 plug on the bottom, and then it's even got a cold shoe thing on the top, an additional DJI connector, right? I just brought a whole bunch of miscellaneous connector things in here. Compass, right? I brought two of these. I brought my this bag with 2 batteries in it. I brought this bag with the action cam in it. I brought this book, which you can see through. I brought this book, the Baby Loves Gravity book. I brought three tripods. I brought the P1000. I brought all that stuff. I fit it in the one bag. Will, he's going to tell you in a minute, he brought half of the weight of his bag was the Starlink, the Maritime Starlink. He brought that in one bag from Punta Arenas to Antarctica with his other stuff, including 2 tripods, his Insta360s, all of his clothing, a whole bunch of stuff. He brought all of that. And so Austin's like, I didn't know how much I could bring. What? Oh my gosh. Anyway, this is proving. Just remember, proving that he's lying 2 days ago to people in Discord
in terms of like the clothing and everything. So everything I covered is what they're going to go over with us. I don't know how strict they're going to be. One idea I have, which you guys can do or not do, I'm going to do it, is I'm going to leave the tags on the clothes or bring them just in case they question something or the material it's made out of. I can just kind of show them the tag they don't approve of. It can be on the trip itself, whatever. So fire away.
Real quick, when we land in Antarctica, we have to have our clothes ready to go in our bag luggage.
That they might say pull out, this, but I think it may, because there's change and all that stuff will be pretty easy.
Wouldn't that be in check-in luggage though? So wouldn't it be under the plane?
Well, I'm saying before, like the day of, when we're gonna fly.
Mark is pretty funny here. He has a good joke.
Fly out. They might tell us the night before. Okay. Make sure you have this, and this in your carry-on, and not what's going under the plane. That's my guess, but I can find out.
Okay. My two questions. So you said ALE is going to come into our hotel room and go through our belongings. Will they have a search warrant? And secondly, the traditional luggage, is that a hard and fast rule, or is it like we're not negligent if your wheels break or the luggage cracks? I have to go to London before I go to Antarctica, so I have
totally. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, so you can definitely.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jaren is taking notes. Austin is sleeping.
They take your luggage that you have to Punta, but I think they're going to have an issue with you using that in Antarctica. So can you just put your duffel in that big bag?
Yeah, I can make that fit, but I just want to see if it's possible to even just bring it down there if that's a hard and fast rule, because I feel like I watched one of their videos and it showed them unloading luggage from the plane and they were like classic suitcases. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny because when I read this from ALE, it wasn't like you can't do it. It was like it doesn't work very well. So I think it'll be okay, but I'll ask for you.
Okay, I'll carry. So I don't mind. Just carry it instead of wheeling it.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a question regarding, so checked luggage, which I have my duffel bag and everything, and then I have my backpack. What about a personal item? Because international flights offer you like my camera bag. Like I'm going to try.
Okay, we get into that in a little bit in the text messaging in Telegram.
It added a flight. So
I think what happens is a nonstop flight. So the direct Southwest flight where you don't get.
Not sure.
You don't have to get on.
So are we all on the same flight from out of Santiago?
Not sure.
I don't know. I'm flying on the 12th because I have that trip to London. So I don't know.
Look at how far down in the chair he is. He's just slouching farther.
What days you guys are going down there? But that's the earliest I could get there.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be on different days.
Great.
But yeah, I haven't.
I think everybody's going to be on different days, he said.
I didn't get an email about Puerto Montt, but I also haven't logged into my flight, so it's possible.
Yeah, I didn't think an email either, but I logged into my flight and that's what it shows. So.
Okay, good to know.
About the bags, some of us have got extra gear for experiments and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have to fit into one duffel bag?
I don't think so, no. So I've got a good relationship with ALE. So one thing that's not going to fit in my duffel bag is Starlink, which I'm bringing for us. And so my plan is just to say, hey, here's my duffel bag, and then I'm carrying this massive Starlink satellite internet onto the plane, and I'm just going to set it on the seat next to me, and I'm just not worried about it. They know I'm bringing it.
And well, I am paying for it to go to there. So you're paying for extra luggage, like you're paying an extra piece of luggage on your initial flights?
Actually, no. So I'm doing what I told you guys not to, which is I'm putting it in a big bag, and I'm going to take it out and leave my bag in Punta.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, I'm doing the same, Will, because I've got the solar panel, which will fit in the suitcase, but wouldn't fit in the duffel bag.
So here we have Critical Think, Dave McKeegan, and in a different meeting, John Morandi saying, I'm bringing extra stuff in a bag for experiments and for video and stuff like that. Now listen closely to what Will says to Dave and notice what Austin doesn't ask.
But I've already emailed Stephanie and asked her. She did say put it in the overhead bin. I'm not sure it'll fit in that, but I don't see why I did have an issue with it going in the cabin. The document that they sent, it does say that you can take more than one checked bag on the flight. All it says is no single item can be more than 25 kilos for the luggage handlers, but it says that you can take more than one checked bag in.
So I heard someone called and said that it's $35 a pound for additional luggage. So
I heard somebody called. In fact, if he had read the documents that we had all received, he would have seen that written in the documents that he'd already received. But instead he goes on, I heard somebody called. Right? Now listen to what I say in response because it was so dumb that I had to say it.
55 pounds, is that $1,700 or something? I don't know how. I didn't call. Someone else called. But
is that no, Austin? Is that just the normal airline you're talking about, or the ALE flight?
ALE.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm gonna slow it down. I'm gonna slow it down so you hear it.
It's in the documentation.
It's in the documentation.
I wouldn't worry about that, Dave. I'll handle that.
Okay, so Dave asked about it. Will said, I wouldn't worry about that, Dave. I'll handle it. Did Austin say, hey, I'm planning on bringing extra things for experiments? Can I bring an extra bag? And then Will would say, I don't know what Will would say. I can guess that he might say, I wouldn't worry about that, Austin. I'll take care of it. But no, Austin didn't ask that. Austin didn't say, Will, I'd like to bring a gyro compass and a gigantic laser on the trip to do experiments because I've planned out 5 or 10 different experiments that I want to do when I'm there. But I don't think I'll have enough room in my luggage to do that. Do you have any suggestions? No, he didn't do that. He had no clue what he might do for experiments. Not the first thought had been going through his head about what he might do for experiments.
I'll handle that.
I've got another question really about, because I've taken my laptop to Punta Arenas. Do I take my laptop to Union Glacier? Will it be any use?
I'm taking mine.
Right.
I'm taking mine as well. I have a 360 camera. I'm going to try and do a live stream if that's possible.
Okay, so that's the end of that important part, and that is on my channel. And if anybody wants to have a look, you can all go have a look at that. Now, let's see here. So we later had a discussion. All right, where did I put that? I have notes here. It's in TFE Luggage and Whining. The name of the folder that it's in. There it is. So in the Telegram chat on December 7, so this is after the video we just saw, Will post, everyone flying LATAM, that's all of us, use the handbag allowance to get more luggage, no weight limit. So I saw this. I read this. I'm like, oh, I get a checked bag right there, a carry-on bag, and a handbag, right? So the handbag was my backpack, which is right here. I still use it. This is the backpack that I brought. And then I looked at that and said, oh, but I was just going to bring the two. I was struggling for space. And then I'm like, oh, I can bring a carry-on. Awesome. I'll bring a carry-on. And so I went to Walmart that night. I jumped in the car, went to Walmart, brought this along and bought a carry-on that fit this exact size. This was December 7, right? And Lisbeth, she's like, oh yeah, so if our carry-on is backpack, then a second bag, I was going to use my camera bag as a personal and have my passport, wallet, and phone with it. But then she's like, now I can bring a carry-on. So she brought a carry-on, right? Awesome. WitSpit's didn't bring a carry-on. He had the check bag and a handbag. That was it. He didn't bring anything else because you know what? He didn't pay any attention. Lazy luggage boy didn't pay any attention. And while we're at it, remember when he said we're all coming on different days, we're on different flights on different days. This was one of the comments he put in the chat. All the Globers there early together with the producer. Well, the producer was not a Glober, and it wasn't all the Globers. Critical Think wasn't there. It was myself, Will, and Dave McKeegan. That was it. That was the Globers that was there. And then And then here is Mark Herman responding to him. Oh, the Glober's there early. Mark says, not true. I'm in London. The next day. What a douche. Austin, what a douche. Oops. Food Finder. There you go. Okay, I think this is about the end of this one, and we're going to have to end it here tonight. And I'm going to have to get into the geocentric stuff a different time, because this has been just a lot.
You know what I mean? So like,
yeah,
I didn't think I could bring anything else. Yeah, but of course somehow magically all the Globers knew they could bring more.
Yeah, because we paid attention. We weren't sleeping in the meeting.
Conveniently.
Yeah, I
They still
understand.
try to lie about that.
People lie about that. I just proved that you're the liar. It's on my channel, Austin. You can go look. Not only did it get covered explicitly in spoken word on video while you were in the meeting, it was also texted in the chat, and you did nothing.
But there was something you said you saw, which is very intriguing for me, because you said you saw mountains which looked like pyramids.
Yeah, multiple ones.
One, not multiple. I saw one.
But they were made of ice, snow-like.
Yeah, it looked like snow-covered mountains, but they were like perfect
Yeah.
pyramid shapes. Yeah.
But not perfect pyramid shapes.
Were these very far away from your reach?
So there was like a pyramid. It's actually kind of a famous one. A mountain that looks like a pyramid,
Mm-hmm.
relatively close to our camp. But I
That's the one I showed you.
saw multiple ones flying in.
No, we didn't.
You know, probably like 4 or 5.
Well, these. Oh, so was it like 4 triangular faces?
Pyramids have 8 faces.
Doesn't ALE have a
Pyramids don't have 8 faces.
trip with it, like as part of an additional cost that you can take a little airplane and they'll fly you by that one pyramid mountain?
Yes. Yeah, and we looked into doing it, but it's crazy expensive. It's like thousands of dollars a person.
Well, for me, the presence of half octahedrons is very fascinating and intriguing, and it confirms something for me personally.
No, it doesn't. What it is something that happens naturally. It's understood. There are instances of other mountains that have this. You're just ignorant. Anyway, after this get guy goes droning on nonsense for a while. So that's the end of the interesting part. Let me make sure. Yes. Okay. That's the end of the interesting part. My goodness, Austin, that filled up a lot. So thank you for joining in, all 410 of you still here. I didn't really get into his globe geocentrism. I'll have to cover that on a different one. Follow up maybe Thursday. So, and I don't know. I doubt if the presentation he did tonight, where the Prezi that was shown tonight on his channel with Alan was anything at all. I don't know. Maybe it's still going. Is it still going? Let's see here. I'll have a look. No, come on. WitSpit's live. No, he ended. He ended already. Heliocentric model debunked Ares failure with space audits. In fact, what happens is just like always, it's the same pattern with flat earthers. Step 1, don't understand the globe. Step 2, make a prediction based on your lack of understanding of the globe. Step 3, identify that a real-life observation doesn't match the non-globe prediction. Step 4, declare Earth are flat, without going through any evidence for flat Earth. Somehow they think that debunking one thing proves something else. It's not actually how it works. But you have to debunk the actual thing, not the incorrect thing. TFE was multiple. It was number one, an aggressive debunk of flat Earth because flat Earth, this flat Earth, which is Austin's flat Earth, requires that there is no circling sun around you for 24 hours a day. There is no actual explanation for it. Joe Hanvey's model doesn't explain it. It is not. It does not match what we observed there. And then confirming experiments for the globe. And how do you confirm stuff? You test it. If it matches, that's confirmation. You do it a bunch of times. You collect more and more confirmation. The correct prediction of the globe, which flat earthers never do. Right? What angular elevation will the sun be at this time of day? We made that prediction for 24 hours straight. I set out snow chunks to test that, and it matched. The gyronometer made predictions. It matched. The magnetic field strength in Antarctica has very specific globe predictions. It matched. In Antarctica, the angular width of the sun did not vary, matching the globe. Flat Earth, it must vary. Falsified flat Earth confirmed the globe. All of the experiments that we did, with zero exceptions, confirmed the globe. That's how you test something. Like, that didn't prove the globe. Well, what process do you think proves something, right? Scientists don't discuss things in terms of proof, absolutes like that. That's what pseudoscientists do. That's a trait of pseudoscientists is absolutes. But how do you flat earthers suggest that the process of proving something goes since you think that there is the possibility of things being proven? Red Beret is like, let's try this. Red Beret. I will make you a mod on the channel if you can present this, if you can answer this question for flat Earth. How do you compute, using flat Earth only, not the globe, you can't use the globe, how do you compute the distance between 2 points on the surface of flat Earth? If you can't provide that, you prove me right that no flat earther can answer questions about flat Earth. No flat earther has evidence for flat Earth because it would require making a prediction based on flat Earth. You make a prediction, you test that prediction against reality, and if it matches, then you have confirmation. It adds to your pile of evidence for flat Earth. If you can't make a prediction for your claim, you cannot participate in science. It may have the look of science, but it's not science if it's not falsifiable. That is pseudoscience, something that's not falsifiable. Anyway, Red Beret, you haven't answered. Your answer there doesn't match it. So, Red Beret, I will make you a mod if you can answer the question I asked. If you can't, you prove me right. It's up to you. What's the distance? How do you compute using flat Earth the distance between points on the surface? It should be easy if the Earth is flat. You the math is significantly easier than on a curving surface. Should be just boom, boom, boom. Should be quick. Should be easy. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, he will run away. Red Beret will run away. He will never answer that question. No flat earther will answer that question. 2 weeks ago, I went to a Flat Earth Discord server, asked the question, no flat earth could answer. Flurfs cannot tell you anything about flat Earth. All right, come on, Red Beret, chop chop. I'll make you a mod. It doesn't have to be correct. It doesn't have to be correct. You just need to offer a flat earth based method to compute the distance. See, these kinds of things are necessary because flights happen, because cables are run across the ocean, because ships go across the ocean. They need to know how much fuel and food to pack. Man, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Red Beret. Did I see CC3 videos? I haven't yet. Anyway, well, thank you, Red Beret, for another win. I do ever so much love winning. It's one of my favorite things to do. And it's easy when flat earthers are involved because flat earthers are perpetual losers. So anyway, thank you for running away, for proving me right. Everybody else, thank you for joining. I will be doing something on Thursday. I'll probably dig into the geocentrism stuff that he did, and whatever on that one. Knock It Offler says, thanks for the trip down faulty memory lane. You're welcome very much. All right, everybody. How long was it that Austin didn't have Wi-Fi? And Red Beret proved me right. Make me a mod. Are you throwing me peanuts? I'm proving myself right. Well, you're proving me right. Flat earthers can't predict anything based on flat earth. Therefore, flat earth is pseudoscience. Flat earthers are pseudoscientists. We'll see you next time.
Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. He's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like Critical Thinks over there on his computer. McKeegan's on his computer. Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the flat earthers the Wi-Fi password. And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like
they set up that Starlink. The Globers had a plan, whispering secrets about Wi-Fi all across the land. Mark had the password, Duffy had it too. They told me wait a while, but man, that ain't true. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold.
18 hours. Oh, how did you survive?
I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tails in my blues. But deep down, you all know I'm stretching the truth. MCToon streamed at 2. Critical Think on his screen. McKeegan's on the Wi-Fi.
Living the
bandwidth dream.
The bandwidth dream.
They said they'd limit it to keep their streams alive. But 1.5 hours in, I was online and thriving. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tails in my blues. But deep down, you all know I'm stretching the truth. They set me up in another camp. I tried to sell my plight. 7, maybe 8 hours, yeah, I twisted it alright. But Mark was cool, he slipped me the code so fast. Now I'm here singing lies, hoping your pity will last. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had you hear my story, take it with a grain of salt. I wasn't left out in the cold, it's all my own fault. The blues ain't always honest, but man, they sure sound fine. Even if my Wi-Fi blues are just a pack of lies.
When that was the case for like 18 hours, like